Good evening and welcome to the June 16th meeting of the Town Council. Welcome, everyone. We are going to start our meeting with roll call.
Thank you and good evening. Councilmember Mariko Sayoc.
Here.
Councilmember Steve Leonardis.
Here.
Councilmember Rob Rennie.
Here.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Marcia Jensen.
Here. And as we normally do, we're going to start our meeting with the roll call, and I'm really pleased to ask up Anthony Martin. Anthony, you want to come on up, please? Anthony is a second grader at Dave's Avenue School. He loves math and science. He loves sports. He loves the Golden State Warriors. I asked him, "Why are you here tonight?" He had a good response. He said, "Because I'm doing the Pledge of Allegiance." And I said, "Well, of course, we'll get you out of here fast." But I did ask him, who's his favorite Warrior player, for those of you who are basketball fans. And of course, I expected him to say, Steph Curry, of course. He said, Draymond Green. And I said, "Really? Why?" Because he's funny, he has a good sense of humor, he hustles, he works hard, and Anthony admires that. So Anthony, that's great, and he's here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic of which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, of liberty and justice for all.
Great job, Anthony. Let's have a round of applause for Anthony. All right, Anthony, you're excused. Go Warriors. Next, we have on our agenda something that we do every so often for a business person who has served the town of Los Gatos for a long time and in just a very helpful capacity and been a contributor to our community and has been much admired and actually got requests for this particular business and this particular person to be recognized. So I'm very happy to call up Andrew Crowley and his wife Heather. Andrew and Heather, they are small business, big applause, winners. I should say we are recognizing them. I shouldn't say winners, but you're winners. Anthony and Heather work at Los Gatos Tire and Auto Repair. It's been in business for 38 years, started out as a Skips Tire and Auto, but they have served the community extremely well. I got a lot of requests for this one. Los Gatos Tire and Auto, as well as being helpful in their business, supports many local things like Jazz in the Plaza, Music in the Park, various other nonprofits in the town. And so thank you very much for doing that. And I'm happy to present you with a proclamation in recognition of your service to the town on behalf of Los Gatos. And so can we have a round of applause for Anthony? And Anthony, I'm calling you the pledge leader. I'm stuck on the pledge leader. Andrew and Heather, for all of your service. So thank you very much.
First, we'd like to say thank you so much for being recognized for this award. I did a little bit of research in some of the other businesses that have received this honor. Icing on the Cake, Preferred Image, Wooden Horse, all businesses that we admire and we look up to. Also, we're very honored to do business here in the town of Los Gatos. We enjoy being here. We enjoy serving every single one of you. If you ever have any questions, you can always come see me. I'm at 577 University. I can answer all your needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Thanks, everyone. Next item on our agenda is council matters. This is where we report to you and to each other on matters of importance, policy issues, things facing the town that have come to our attention or we've attended in our capacity as representatives of the town since our last meeting. So we try to do that briefly and periodically, and I'll start with Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I actually have nothing to report for this last period.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Since our last meeting, I chaired the West Valley Sanitation District Board of Directors meeting. Primary order of business was the contract extension for the district manager. I also attended the Treatment Plan Advisory Committee meeting, which is a general business meeting. Last but not least, on June 3rd, I attended a meeting for the Teresita pump station relocation here in our chambers. Many of the neighbors came out and had some concerns. The San Jose Water District addressed some of those concerns that they put in a letter this afternoon, which became one of our desk items. But I requested at the last meeting we put it on an agenda, and we decided to wait until after we had that meeting. But I would like to request that we put on the agenda so the neighbors could weigh in on the subject and let us know how important it is for their council to be the deciding body moving forward on this project. So perhaps sometime in the future, after our recess, we can add this to our agenda.
Thank you, Councilman Leonardis. With respect to that, I do have Councilman Leonardis' request, and I'm considering putting it on the agenda in August or September for those of you interested. However, I will also say that we do not now have a permit request from San Jose Water Company, that any permit will require an environmental impact review, that the town staff has been proactively working with San Jose Water to let San Jose Water know that this site that they have in mind, to put it mildly, may not be appropriate, and that no permits or issues or will be issued by the town of Los Gatos until and unless we have a formal permit request from San Jose Water Company, and that permit request will be considered by the Planning Commission and Town Council, for those of you interested in that matter. Thank you, Councilman Leonardis. For my report, I attended the Policy Committee with Vice Mayor Spector, and also the Conceptual Development Advisory Committee with Vice Mayor Spector, where we considered a proposal for office buildings at the corner of Highway 9 and Alberta Way on the northwest corner. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. In addition to the Policy Committee and the CDAC mentioned by the mayor, I attended the 50th celebration of American Cancer Society's Discovery Stores at the Discovery Store in Los Gatos, located on Main Street. Attended the opening of the new museums of Los Gatos, along with the Friends of the Library. And attended the opening and ribbon cutting of the Palo Alto Medical Foundation on Los Gatos Boulevard.
Thank you. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was out of the country for most of the time, so I missed all the fun ribbon cuttings and did not attend any meetings on behalf of the town. But I do have a request from the Beautification Committee that would like to choose a town flower and tree and would like permission to send out surveys, and my guests work with staff and put it on our website and so forth to collect information about choosing a town flower and tree. So my request from them is to put that on the agenda at some point to give them permission to do that.
Thank you, Councilman Rennie. Next item we have on our agenda is our consent calendar. I'm going to say a few words about our consent calendar, given how it's gone in the last few meetings. Our consent calendar is intended to be comprised of items which are generally routine, generally not controversial. Because they are on our consent calendar does not mean that they are not a public hearing. You have a complete staff report, you have a complete opportunity to review the staff report, and if any member of the council or a member of the public wishes to pull a consent item, you may do that, and it will be heard as a normal item in our agenda in the normal order. However, we will hear it normally, but I just want to emphasize that because something is on a consent calendar does not mean in any way, shape, or form that it is not a publicly noticed and publicly heard item. Tonight on our consent item calendar are the following. Approve council minutes of June 2nd, approve town council meeting schedule for next year, approve our quarterly investment report indicating what we have done and how we've done it with our finances, authorize the town manager to execute a 5-year agreement for consultants for our rental dispute with the same company that has been doing it for us in the past. And I've lost it. Acknowledge and accept the work that's been done at 15400 Los Gatos Boulevard. Acknowledge and accept the work that's been done at Los Gatos Boulevard and Blossom Hill Road. Accept donations from the Los Gatos Police Foundation. Authorize the town manager to amend a contract with our janitorial service and negotiate a new contract. And authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with the County of Santa Clara for hazardous waste collection. I've mentioned now 10 items. Does any member of the council wish to pull any one of those items? And simply state yes in which item. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I will pull item 8.
All right, item 8 will be heard in its normal course. Does any member of the public wish to pull any consent item? Seeing none, do I have a motion on the consent calendar as it now stands? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to approve consent calendar items excluding item 8.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Sayoc. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. That passes unanimously, and we'll hear number 8 in its normal order. Now on our agenda is the time when we take verbal communications. This is when members of the public wish to address us on items that are not on tonight's calendar. And I was going to say that I would take them all now, but now I have 21 items on my agenda, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards for verbal communication. So I'm going to, as is my prerogative, put them at the end of tonight's calendar. If you find during the course of tonight's events that the item that you wanted to speak on in verbal communication is actually covered in a substantive matter on our agenda, I encourage you to submit a card, these yellow cards that are in front of you, and speak on that item. So we're going to take up our first public hearing, which is now item 8, donation from the Police Foundation. Does the staff have anything to add to their staff report?
No, we don't.
Is there any member of the public that wishes to speak to us on item 8, accepting a donation from the Police Foundation? I do have one card from Steve Rice.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Steve Rice. I'm the treasurer of the Los Gatos Montessorino Police Foundation, and I simply wanted to make myself available to answer any questions the council may have with regards to the donations that have been made through the year.
Sorry. Are there any questions for Mr. Rice? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Rice, since you are the treasurer, I was curious about how the funds are donated to us. Are they donated after the fact, after the amount has already been spent? In other words, has this money been allocated for events already and spent by our town, and then you are donating the money to reimburse us for those events?
My understanding is that all purchases have to come through the town, and then yes, the foundation reimburses the town in essence for those purchases that have been made.
All right, and then a question for staff.
That's
Is that
correct.
Primarily how it has been happening in the past?
Yes, it has. They budget the items, and then we, in effect, the list you see of items are mainly reimbursed now by the funds that come from the Police Foundation.
Okay, I mean, to me it seems a little bit strange in the sense that the council has to consent to taking the donation, yet, in effect, if we didn't consent to take the donation, we would, in theory, be out $38,000 because we've already expended these monies for events. So seems to me like putting the cart before the horse a little bit. It assumes that the council will accept the donations. So, and I'm assuming they will, but it's just odd to me. And I don't know, I have one other question.
Question for Mr. Rice or question for the staff?
That's it with Mr. Rice. Thank you.
Mr. Rice, thank you. If there's no other questions, Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Rice, so how much money does the foundation usually give every year to the police department in Los Gatos?
It varies. It depends on what requests come forward and how much the foundation raises. I've only been the treasurer for a few months, but it's been anywhere from $30,000 to $70,000 or $80,000 given in a given year, depending on what the needs of the department were and the financial situation. So, for example, when the Great Recession hit and the town had to cut the police dog from the budget, that was something that the community felt was rather important, and the foundation raised enough funds to purchase, train, maintain the training, et cetera, and that's a high-ticket item, as you're aware.
Second question, if I may. So how do you decide when to give money or for what items? Does the town come to you and say, we need help with this, or do you come up with the idea and go to the town and say, hey, I think this would help your police department, we're willing to fund it? How does it usually work?
The answer is yes to both. It depends on the purpose of the foundation, as there are foundations across the country, both for police departments and obviously things like schools, is to identify needs that are unmet in a regular budgetary process or that can be accelerated and purchased sooner, or that are extraordinary, that may be a one-time occurrence that wouldn't otherwise be available. So we might hear from the chief that, or somebody else in the department or on the council that there's an issue for whatever it may be, and that we would raise funds specifically for that. It may also be instigated by the foundation to go to the department and say, for example, would a police dog be helpful?
Okay, one more question, and I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Rice or Mr. White. Does the department ever spend money and then say, oh, we'd really like to have, I mean, do you ever spend the money before you get an agreement that you're going to get a reimbursement for it?
I believe the way it works is that there's a discussion that occurs with the police foundation. They identify specific issues. The police foundation, I believe, indicates that they can raise the money to fund those items. This all starts with a listing of donation opportunities where under public safety it has some general categories, and under library senior and so forth there are general categories. But then during the course of the year there's dialogue between the department and the police foundations, similar to what happens between the Friends of the Library and library staff, to determine specific items.
If I may add to that, being a 501c3 charitable organization, the foundation is very, very limited and restricted in how it can expend funds. So this is something that has to go towards a community use.
Okay, I'll stop since we have a long agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Rice? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I have no other cards on this item, so I'm prepared to close the public hearing. And I will. And look to the council for any questions they may have in addition to those already asked. Councilman Rennie, were you raising your hand? I saw your pencil go up, but that you were just... Okay. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So the only other comment I had was the Police Foundation has been very politically active in the last couple of years. I recall the gun shop hearing where they said they were going to get funds from proceeds from the gun sales and donate them to the town. I know that they endorsed a candidate during the last election. They've come out and spoke on issues about the Monte Sereno police contract. And there's been some other political events that have happened. And based on what Mr. Rice said, they're a 5013C corporation. I mean, should they be contacting council members and saying, hey, we're going to use our proceeds to, campaign against you and such things?
Questions for staff?
So I'm not sure I can answer that, or to say in a typical contract like we have with the chamber, I'll do that comparison where in fact we're giving money to the 501 corporation. Then you can put constraints on that through a contractual relationship. In this case, where the money is flowing the other way, where they're giving us money, we certainly could put constraints on that money if we wanted to, and say that there cannot be any political positions taken like we have in the contract with Chamber. But we currently don't have any contract with that, since the funds are flowing to us instead of from us.
I mean, for me, I think that would be advisable moving forward, because I feel conflicted accepting this money this evening because of those events that have occurred. I'm not saying it's right or wrong or whatever, but to me, it was a difficult decision, and I know there's a lot of people in that organization trying to do the right thing for the community. But when it involves politics and we're spending the money up front and they're reimbursing us, it just, and all those other things, it doesn't sit well with me. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to make a motion to accept the donation in the aggregate amount of $38,528.64 for fiscal year 2014-15 from the Los Gatos Montesino Police Foundation for equipment, supplies, training materials, and support for the Los Gatos Montesino Police Department. Comment to my motion is I understand that this money has already been spent. My request, and I'm not sure I'll make it part of the motion, but we'll see. I will make it part of the motion, is I don't believe that the town council can or should be interfering in the rights of any organization to do what they want with their money. However, the town of Los Gatos can, going forward, budget things differently so that we don't make an assumption about funds to be received rather than view it as a bonus. So I would ask the town to look at how we look at those kinds of donations, not just from the police foundation, but from the Friends of the Library, from whoever else may give us funds, so that we're not assuming receipt of those funds in our budget. So that's my motion. Is there a second to the motion? Councilman Leonardis.
I will second the motion.
Any discussion on the motion? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to our first normally scheduled public hearing, and when we do that, just want to give a little explanation to those of you in the audience of how we go about doing these. We have a staff report. It's available to the community. It has been since Friday. Council members have it. So generally we'll ask the staff whether they have anything that they want to add to that report. Then we'll take public comment. You have 3 minutes to comment on the item. I would ask you, when you do comment on the item, to direct your comments to the council, to not make it into a conversation between persons behind you or persons in front of you or persons to the side of you. It's not a question and answer session. It's a opportunity for you to give the council the information that you think is important for them to consider on the item. If the council does have questions of you, they'll ask. But if you have a question about a particular item and you want to use part of your time to state that, please don't expect a response during your time. A council person may follow up on that later, or a staff person may follow up on that later. When you come up and you see the lights, the green light means you're just fine. The yellow light means you have 30 seconds left, and the red light means that your time is done. And when you do hit that red light, I'll ask you to wrap up your thought, and your time will be concluded. Once the public hearing is concluded, then the council might ask questions of staff. Then we'll engage in a debate, make motions, and reach a conclusion. So that's how we're going to go about the public hearings tonight. So with that said, we're going to take up item number 11, which is our landscape and lighting assessment district for a number of districts in the town. And I will ask staff, do you have anything to add to your staff report?
We have nothing else to add.
Thank you. I do have one card from Bill Hirschman.
Good evening. My name is Bill Hirschman, Forester Court, Los Gatos. I'm here to ask that the council consider continuing this item to give us the opportunity to work with staff. We were notified on Thursday of last week, or we became aware of this on Thursday of last week. We're one of, I'm speaking specifically to the Kennedy Meadows, although I've read the other assessment districts, but I know more about the Kennedy Meadows district. If I look at the budget items that are on here, the town is spending roughly $3,000 a year on maintenance of and expenses on this particular district, and taking in about a little over $10,000 a year. There currently is a fund, an existing fund of $41,000 in that fund, which would equate to, the town's fee for managing this district, the expenses are $3,000, the fee is $1,500. It equates to 49.6% of the costs are a fee that the town charges to maintain this. If I look at the total amount that would be in the fund at the end of 2015, it would equate to 17 years of funds available to address the expenses. I think that's a little excessive, but our biggest concern, and many of the people are here this evening that are associated to that particular district, is that the maintenance isn't being done. The trail is in disrepair. There's trees that fell down that were just cut and left to the side. There's a bridge that's in a terrible condition, and no one's objecting. We as the 15 homeowners are not objecting to the assessment, but we'd like to see the funds be used to make the repairs. This loop, this trail is used extensively. We love what we have there, and because of the short notice, we just simply ask that maybe you give us the opportunity to work with staff to maybe work through some of these issues and you continue it. I'm not as prepared to address the other assessment districts in town, but I can only tell you that a rough pass, very similar to the kind of situation we have here. There's roughly speaking $170,000 in funds that sit in reserves, and again, assessments are in the same neighborhood, but with costs that are far less than that, and fees which are fairly significant. So I think this needs a little bit of attention, particularly in our case, and we just simply ask we be given an opportunity to work with staff to be able to address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hirschman. Other questions? Vice Mayor Spector.
Not for Mr. Hirschman.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Hirschman?
Thank you.
Thank you. It's the only card I have on this matter. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and Vice Mayor, you have a question for staff?
Thank you. Yes. I heard a lot of different things, but mainly that there is an excess of money in the account, and that the care and attention to the zone is not being done, and thirdly, that there should be an extension of time so that the staff can interact with the homeowners. And so I was wondering if staff would address those three issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matt Morley, Director of Parks and Public Works. See if I can capture those three items. We did begin an assessment of the landscape and lighting districts over the last year and need to conclude that to ensure that our costs are aligned with the services that are being provided. That's something that I had put on our department work plan over the next 6 to 12 months to be able to make sure everything's aligned from that perspective. So that may cause adjustments in the assessments in the future, either up or down, depending on the assessment district and what the fund balances are in each district. I think missing a couple of those questions, I'm sure, if you could help.
Well, if you're going to do an assessment and it's ongoing and it's going to take some amount of time, then let's get to the bottom line. What is the downside to continuing this assessment for a year, 6 months, or some amount of time? so that you can determine, your department can determine if it's assessing in the right amount and also if it's getting the work done.
Thank you. In the alternatives, we do provide options to not continue the assessment. Assuming that there is a fund balance that would carry this assessment through the year, we would rely on that fund balance to carry us, and then adjust those assessments in the future. And that would certainly be the discretion of the council.
Mayor, we could also take a look at this. I'm sensing that we need to kind of look at this, look at the work plan, look at what can be done, and report back to you in August after the July break. Would that be appropriate?
The one caveat to that is we may miss the tax rolls for the assessment year and not be able to gain assessments for any of the districts.
Right.
My question, Mr. White and Mr. Morley, is given what you just said about the ongoing, then assuming we missed it and you have fund balances, could we bring this back at our mid-year budget assessment and you could report to us on where you are with your evaluation at that point?
That's completely reasonable. I think if there is an assessment district that falls negative, then we would need to make the dollars up out of the general fund. But I would think we'd be able to make it through a year even with a modest general fund makeup.
Mr. Schultz?
That's what I was going to say. If you do push it off, then you'll miss any ability to get on the tax rolls for this year. So that's your downside to it. You won't be able to assess it unless you do it before the deadline, which I believe is mid-July.
Mid-July. Councilman Leonardis?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Would we be able to continue all the districts with the exception of the Kennedy Meadows district? We put that one off, but continue the rest of those? Thank you.
And when you say continue, you mean act on them tonight and actually delay the Kennedy menus? When you say continue, that means something to me. And I'm thinking you're saying, yes, we'll keep them going by acting on them tonight, but we'll delay Kennedy Meadows.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Yes. My goal would be to approve the recommendation in the staff report for the assessment districts with the exception of Kennedy Meadows, which we would get more information and then bring it back, I guess, next year at the time once we have the information from our staff.
Okay, absent any other questions, Councilman Rennie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I have two questions, but I'll ask them one at a time. So the first one about you said you were going to do an assessment. I think you were trying to figure out whether you're gaining money or losing money, but are you also going to do assessment whether you're doing enough work or not? Because I did hear the comment that it sounded like, lots of money's being collected, but actually more work should be done. Is that going to be part of your assessment?
It will. About 3 months ago, I went out to the Blackwell Drive site personally to see what was occurring there and saw that there was some work that needed to be done, and we've begun to make those changes. So I know that there's some catch-up that we need to do on some of these districts, and we intend to get them aligned. I also know that there's some charges that are not being assigned to the districts. For instance, the water and utility costs aren't being assigned to the districts, so we'll need to make sure that everything's trued up.
And so the second part of my question is, when I read these, I saw the money accumulating, and I made the assumption that may not be correct, that you need to have something in case of a large capital project that needs to occur. Is that, or a large amount of maintenance that, so you have maintenance that could be just ongoing, but then every once in a while you may have to do something big, so you need a reserve, I guess. Is that true?
That's true. The fund was set up with the intent of creating a sinking fund and also being able to withstand the cost, the increase by inflation over time, so that we're not adjusting it on a continual basis.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
Other questions or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I will move to adopt resolutions with attachments 1 through 6, with the exception of the Kennedy Meadows Assessment District, and move forward with the other 5.
Okay, is there a second? Councilwoman Sayoc?
I'll second the motion.
Discussion. Mr. Schultz,
I'm
I'm assuming that he's bifurcating his motions, but okay.
Yes, he is, because there's different resolutions for everyone. But I would suggest that the motion say that the resolution for the Kennedy Meadows, the assessment would continue, but it would be 0 for this upcoming year, so that we make certain that the assessment district does continue on, and it's just there's no resolution at all.
Okay, Councilwoman Leonardis, is that okay with you?
Yes, that is okay.
And Mr. Schultz, before I ask for the second, does there need to be a date associated with reviewing the Kennedy Meadows assessment?
That would be up to council on, that could be a separate motion or put into this motion when you'd like it come back.
Okay, so let's stick with this motion right now. Councilwoman Sayak, is
That's
that
acceptable
new
as well.
explanation acceptable? Other comments, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion. However, I would also have supported a motion that none of these assessment districts be approved on the basis that we don't know how much money we have, we don't know how much money we need, and we don't know if the work is being done properly.
Other comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to call the question on this motion. Does everyone understand the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Councilman Leonardis, did you want to make a motion regarding a specific date for continuance, or did you want to leave that to the discretion of Parks and Public Works and staff?
I think I heard the PPW director say 6 months would be enough time. So I would say 6 months from this evening, the closest council meeting to that.
Or at our mid-year budget review?
Or at our mid-year budget review, which I think is in 6 months.
I think so too. I hope so. Okay, is there a second for that motion? Councilwoman Sayak.
May I make amendment to the motion?
You can try.
Would you be amenable to, with specific direction to staff, to work with the residents of Kennedy Meadows to ascertain what landscaping issues still need to be remedied?
Yes.
Then I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion on the table and a second. Questions or comments on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. So we'll move on to item number 12. Item number 12 is a report and a recommendation for council action with respect to police services agreement between the town of Los Gatos and the city of Montecito. In this case, I am actually going to ask for a staff report. Mr. White.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, we've provided you a report that requests, based on council discussion a few months ago, that we negotiate with the city of Montecito on a new police services agreement. This report regards the conclusion of those negotiations. Those were conducted with the assistance of the chief to me, and with the engagement of our finance department, and the discussions occurred with the city manager of Montecito. As the council knows, back in 1995, you approved a 29-year agreement. You expressed concerns at one point that agreement had one in particular major hole, which was the lack of any coverage of investigation costs, which became apparent as a result of a major incident in Montecito, where that was not covered in the contract. As a result of that, in our discussions with the city of Montecito, we have made the following major additions. We have added $140,000 overall to the contract, which would cause the contract to be at an amount in excess of $800,000, as opposed to the past contract, which was $570,000 plus some monies that come through on a grant. So it was $670,000 compared to the proposed $812,000. In the agreement, which we're suggesting, a 10-year agreement, there is an annual increase through a cost of living adjustment, whatever that is, plus 2%, capped at 6%. In the past 10 years, the average index increase has been approximately 5%. We have also in the agreement included 900 investigation hours to cover very adequately our investigation hours, and that's in the base contract. We have provided for an overhead rate on patrol and investigation charges to cover other items such as benefits, workers' compensation, insurance costs, and related items that you would normally find in overhead. We've included a vacancy factor for patrol and investigation services so that, in effect, when there are hours dedicated to Monte Sereno, they're treated just like hours in our own operations, where you take into consideration things like preparation time, vacancy factors, and other activities of that nature. We have a provision in there that should you exceed the 900 hours by some 20 hours, that kicks in on investigations, on major investigations, a reopener, so that the Monte Sereno would be billed at whatever the going rate is if you had another incident comparable to the one you had several years ago. And for some reason, I'm not remembering the name of that. I think it was the Kumar.
The Kumar homicide.
Yeah, homicide. So that kind of an incident would be covered. In addition, we have provisions for renegotiating if there are any other really substantive changes desired by the town or the city in service hours or unanticipated major increases that might occur as a result of a major contract change. I know that there's always been an issue out there of, if how much time are you putting into this with our officers? When this agreement was first entered into by the town in 1995, there were 42 sworn officers, and no officers were added in order to service this contract. And I think that's largely because you're dealing with a community, Monte Sereno, surrounded on three sides by the town, which is largely a residential community with no commercial, no industrial, no tourism, and none of the same kinds of demands that you might see in Los Gatos. So it's a ideal service area, which is a normal extension of town services, and it is the very kind of contractual service that you would want to have for the town. Over the course of the life of the next 10 years, should you approve this agreement, we would estimate that on average, if you had a 3% cost of living increase, you would be averaging $900,000 a year from having this service, or between close to $10 million for the additional 10 years. I think this is a contract arrangement that the city of Monte Sereno, through the manager, who is fairly assured that it would be a one that his council would very likely approve tonight, is a first-rate agreement for them, and it is a very good agreement for us in this respect. The service hours that we provide to the city of Monte Sereno is equivalent to 7% of our budget. The percentage of calls that we provide from the total calls that we have to Monte Sereno is 6%. The $812,000 represents a revenue source that is equivalent to 6% of the cost that the Monte Sereno is of our budget. So all things considered, this is a good arrangement for both jurisdictions. I would urge the council consideration of it. I will explain one other item. I know in the addendas there was questions raised about why a 3-year initial agreement with the city of Monte Sereno. I think that they were concerned that if they entered into agreement, they wanted to have some assurance for the first 3 years that we would provide the service to them. This in no way precludes at some point, if the council wants to look at contractual services, that you can do so. But when in doing that, you look at those contractual services, we do assume in this that it's going to take some number of months to have a determination, if you were to look at contractual services, of what service levels you want, how you dispose of property, how you transition staff, how you develop contracts, how you get cost comparisons, how you have hearings on this matter. It would take time. A number of the items that the council's dealt with recently would probably be proof of that. So we, on the staff, would recommend wholeheartedly the approval of this agreement.
Thank you, Mr. White. I have 2 public comment cards, and I'm going to ask council, because I assume that there will be questions, to hold their questions until after we hear from the 2 people who have given me cards on this. So Stephanie Hecker. I don't think there's another one on Los Gatos Police Department, so if you don't want to talk about this one, you're stuck. Okay. The donations or the budget? Correct. Incorrect. John Shepherdson.
That's not the one.
And for those of you that have a presentation and you wait for it to come up, we won't take that out of your 3 minutes.
That's not it. Let's just skip it. John Shepherdson, 120 Oak Rim. With respect to the proposed contract with Monteserino, my comments are, one, I saw a lot of information on the revenue side in terms of what this contract will bring to the town, but I didn't see in terms of transparency to our decision makers and to the people as to an itemization as to what the cost is to the town of this contract. And I, for one, would like to see more detail as to what the cost is to the town. And we're sort of at this 11th hour. Well, actually, I thought we were at this 11th hour. We're not. So we don't have to make a decision tonight. We can stay with the existing contract. So that's one option. Or another option would be to go with this contract and then ask staff to come back and provide that detailed information that I think we're all deserving of, because it's a lot of money. The other point I wanted to make was I heard some discussion about, well, it's Monteserino and there's not much activity out there. Well, let's take a community like where I grew up, Bellwood, which is East Los Gatos. And I don't think that there's much criminal activity out there. I don't think there's many calls, but the citizens that live in Bellwood apparently are paying $460 per citizen for our police department. And how much is Monteserino paying per citizen to join Los Gatos? I mean, if we're going to add them to us, why should we subsidize Monteserino when some place like Bellwood may match in terms of the number of calls? So that's something that I would offer for the council, and that's a question I have. What's the number of calls in these other areas? I am concerned about this 3-year lock-in. We lose flexibility in terms of what we want to do with our police department, and I think that that's a mistake. I think it could be 1 year. I think that Monteserino will accept that, and I don't see why we would want to handcuff the council or our president or future town manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Questions for Mr. Shepherdson? Actually, you have one? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Could you just explain the 460 per person that, how you computated that?
Yes, that's a number that I got from the staff report, I believe it's February 17, when the staff made a comparison on a cost per citizen of the different municipalities. For example, the number that the staff provided was $460 per citizen. Then we had numbers, I believe, for Campbell and whatnot. And then we had, for example, Cupertino with the sheriff, it was $160 per citizen. So that's where I got that information. I believe it's $467 actually. So it's from the staff.
And one more question for you is, you were asking for transparency. You want more detailed information of the cost to Los Gatos to enter into this contract, correct? That's what I heard you say?
Because we got the revenue side, but I don't see it on the cost side.
Humor me, what's an example of the type of detailed information that you're looking for?
You know, I guess it's looking for what I don't know. I don't see it in the report. So I'm not an accountant, but I would like to see, you know, what the cost is and you know, workers' comp, disability. What's this effect on our pension liability? I don't know if that's in the calculation because those are costs that are going to be in the future as well. And so that's the cost that we're incurring when we have these officers and they're performing that function. And I just don't see that kind of analysis. And we know that pension liability is a big issue. And is that included in analysis? I don't see that from what I saw.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Rennie. Okay, questions for Mr. Shepherdson? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to talk to us about this issue? Okay, seeing no one, I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and look to council for questions. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess I'll ask staff the cost question. What I recall in the report was, and I think you just said it, we didn't add any officers when we added the contract. So for patrol, it was sort of free money because we aren't adding officers. I assume investigations now would add a cost. So the cost is, I assume, going to be covered then for investigations. And you know, where else is there cost that's added?
There are the major cost areas are in patrol, in traffic, and in investigations. On traffic, they pass through grant monies to the town for that cover the cost. If you look at patrol at roughly 3.5 positions, those are covered in terms of the cost on an hourly rate, fixed at about 5,000 or 4,100 and some odd hours, with an overhead rate that applies workers' comp, which applies pension costs, which applies all of the factors that we apply to ourselves, we apply to them. So it spreads virtually any of the costs too of dispatch help, of non-sworn personnel. So the costs are covered in that $812,000 figure, the major one of which is investigation. That was the big hole in the contract. In many other respects, the contract was not absent reasonable coverage of a goodly number of the items. But we have increased overhead. We have put in vacancy factors. We have done a lot more to treat the hours we charge in the same way we treat them for ourselves.
So when you say you put in overhead, you mean you've added an overhead charge?
We've added an overhead charge.
Are you adding any overhead cost? And another way, let me ask it from a different direction. If we eliminated their contract, if we eliminated their contract, would you be able to eliminate any members of the police department?
I don't believe so. You could, well, let me back up. If you wanted to reduce 3 positions, you would be reducing 3 positions out of 39, 3 sworn positions out of 39 sworn positions. In 1995, you had 42 sworn positions. In 1995, you assumed this contract and didn't add any positions. The nature of the beats that intertwine through Los Gatos and Monte Sereno, and the fact that Monte Sereno is covered on 3 sides by the town would make it very difficult to reduce positions, particularly when you didn't add any in the first place, and particularly when only 6% of the calls are attributable to Monte Sereno of the total calls when you look at our number of calls, including Monte Sereno.
One more, if I might. So of the 800,000, assuming most of it's cost, and then we're sort of breaking even, how much of that is not labor related? In other words, are we adding any costs for anything that's not labor related?
Yes, we have. If you look at the numbers on the chart in the report, it shows a table where we have investigation, we have patrol and traffic, and then we show EOC, and that was a very critical and important item to the city of Monte Sereno. So what in effect we're doing is putting in there a cost for the facility that we have that already exists at a flat amount. And that means that they're paying for part of our police operations building or the training room that we have established as our EOC. So that in effect, by charging them and having them written into the contract, we're running a joint emergency operations center, which most likely you would do anyway under any emergency natural disaster, because Monte Sereno would be probably part of that.
So if we eliminate the contract, we wouldn't eliminate any EOC costs then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I'm going to go forward and make a motion on this item, but preface it with a few comments first. You know, this deal was signed 20 years ago. The original deal was amended once. Originally, it was a 90-day termination clause, and that was amended to a 1-year termination clause. I think it only took 90 days to put the contract together. It was put together in June of 1995, and I think it was executed or became valid in September of 1995. With that said, I don't see any need for the 3-year termination clause. I appreciate the reasons given in the staff report, but it does take away our flexibility. I am going to go ahead and make a motion to approve what's recommended in the staff report, changing the language of the resolution to the original 1-year termination agreement and not the 3-year termination agreement.
Let's see if there's a second. That motion, I think, is going to fail for lack of a second. Alternative motions. Anyone? All right, I will make an alternative motion that we authorize the interim town manager to execute a 10-year agreement for police services between the town of Los Gatos and the city of Monte Sereno in the amount of $812,800 for fiscal year 2015-16, increasing annually thereafter, and authorize a fiscal year 2015-16 budget revenue adjustment of $140,000 in consideration of the additional revenues, and adopt the resolution, that draft resolution, or I should say contract, that's contained with our staff report. And the reason I will keep it the same with the 3 years is that I was also uncomfortable with the 3-year no cancellation, but I was some appeased by the notion that the town during that time is not restricted in any way from exploring any other options that it may have with respect to police services. I think it's important for us to get something in place. I think it's good for us to get more money from Monte Sereno. I'm sorry that we couldn't get more, but I'm making the motion because I don't want to risk getting that additional those additional funds. And I don't think it is tying the hands of the council should it wish to pursue other options. So that's my motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Rennie. Questions or comments on the motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Councilman Leonardis opposed. That brings us technically to item 13. Just wait for it. Item 13 is PPW job number 1327. It's essentially asking the council to allocate funds for annual street repairs. We also are considering a capital improvements budget tonight. We had a motion at our last meeting that was pointed out that the budget go before the street repair. I'm going to get them mixed up, but in any event, it seems to make sense since the street repair question is inextricably intertwined with the budget, the capital improvements, and the ongoing discussion over what happens with the Almond Grove, that the items for which are essentially allocations of funds be considered together. So I think that we're going to get a staff report that is going to fold those two things into one. You have a staff report on our operating budget. We also have one on our capital improvements plan, but we are going to try to fold all those issues into one. I have cards, so given the explanation I've just given you, if somebody wants to talk about the operating budget, now's the time to do so. Somebody wants to talk about the capital improvements plan, now's the time to do so. If somebody wants to talk about the Almond Grove, although technically it's not on our agenda tonight for discussion, if you have ideas on it, given that funds are proposed to be allocated, but not how they are to be spent, now's the time to do that. Mr. Morley.
Thank you. If it's okay with the mayor, we'll have the operating budget presentation first. We'll follow that with the street repair right in the middle, and right behind that, we'll have the capital budget.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen, members of the council. My name is Steve Conway, Director of Finance. So tonight we are back again with our proposed budget, operating budget for fiscal year 15-16. And tonight, just like to tell you a little bit what we plan on doing. We have a quick recap of where we left off on June 2nd regarding the operating budget. We have two outstanding issues regarding the operating budget where we asked council for direction, and we will need council direction, or we're hoping to get that tonight from council on those two open items. We'll then ask for approval of the budget through a resolution. Following, hopefully, the approval of the operating budget, we will then be reviewing our capital program and asking for council for a resolution adopting our capital budget. So just a quick recap where we left off. Council provided staff with previously on June 2nd directions regarding transfer from $100,000 of excess year-end savings for our non-point source fund for stormwater runoff. That fund needed some help. We're going to be moving $500,000 of excess revenue in the vehicle maintenance fund to the A-BAG liability fund to increase fund balances in that fund to get it to our, hopefully as we build back to our $2 million recommended level. And we have a new revenue of $136,000 related to the vehicle impact fees for our sanitation truck impacts to our roads. And that's new revenue that we found that we'll be adding to the proposed budget. Council gave us direction to do that. We also were directed by council to proceed with the recommended funding for human services grants. That was $90,000. There was additional $19,000 of arts and culture. They were both in the recommended budget, but there were no additions approved. The one-time fundings that came forward for council direction were all moved and tabled to the mid-year of fiscal year 15-16, and we'll bring those forward again per council direction. We have two remaining council direction items. One is the funding for restoration of services, salary benefit augmentations. That is for $300,000, and additionally The one above that is is the funding for an entry-level officer position that was requested and recommended by staff, and our town manager will be going over both of those. After we receive direction of on those two operating budget items, we hope to take all of your direction and incorporate that into the resolution and approve the operating budget tonight. And if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Before I open it to questions for you, Mr. White, Mr. Conway indicated you were going to discuss the two open items.
Very briefly. On the first item on the police overtime, on the position that we had mentioned last time, that I had mentioned last time, would be $164,000 offset by $164,000 in savings. I was incorrect on that. The position would be $164,000. It would be offset by some salary savings, maybe some reduction in overtime, but there would be a cost. The cost could be anywhere from $30,000, $40,000, $50,000. That really depends on incidences in terms of overtime that occur during the course of the year. I had recommended it largely because the current chief has done an extraordinary job of managing overtime. It's the first time in several years that it's been kept in budget. At the same time, a position would give them some flexibility where currently they're having to utilize overtime dollars, and this could increase overtime dollars for to cover training absences, to cover court appearances, to cover other absences due to vacations, sick time. So the idea of the position was to help cover that and help take some of the load off of the officers who are on 12-hour shifts and doing considerable overtime work. But there is a cost, and I told you there wasn't, and there is, but it does make some sense from the standpoint of how overtime would be managed within the department. The other one was the operating reserve, where we recommended that out of the $2.7 million, you reserve roughly 11%, I think it calculated to 11%, for $300,000 that would be available for any kind of operating contingencies that occur through the year. The General Finance Officers Association considers that a best budget practice to have an operating reserve like that, and it would still leave you with an excess of $2 million that could be utilized and has actually will be shown to you tonight as a potential source for capital items. So we have recommended both those items for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. White. Members of the council, I would go ahead with the presentations without questions unless you need something clarified for you before we move on. But I'm assuming that you have your questions ready when we get to the end. Okay, thank you, Mr. Conway. Ms. Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Lisa Peterson, Town Engineer. So tonight I wanted to request approval of the plans and specifications for the annual street maintenance project as previously presented to council at the last town council meeting for approximately $1.8 million. As previously discussed, the goals of the street maintenance project are to treat your streets when they are in good condition. That is when it is most cost effective to treat your streets. However, we understand there are competing needs for budget. So as part of the memo that that council has tonight on this project, we presented an alternative for a scaled down project for about $900,000. I did want to mention that in this project we did pull out most of the streets that were in good and fair condition. Consequently, the cost per mile of street has gone up from about $160,000 per mile to about $225,000 per mile, which is about a 40% increase and does, again, highlight why it is important to treat your streets when they're in better condition. I did also want to mention, in order to cut the cost of the project, we did need to cut out some streets that were in the poor and very poor condition category. We do have Mr. Morley here tonight. He's going to be addressing some of the funding options as they relate to the competing budget needs. And this should help the town council determine whether they can fully fund this project this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morley.
Thank you. So the proposed 5-year CIP, get to my right slide here, includes $16.2 million across that time frame. It includes $10.9 million in carry forward funds and $5.3 million in new funding for the upcoming fiscal year. Our capital projects fall into several categories: our parks projects, our facilities and equipment projects, and our streets projects. Just to highlight a couple, we're looking at some energy efficiency projects this year that are in the proposed capital budget. We're looking at a partnership with Little League for a backstop at Blossom Hill Park. And we're also looking at the beginning of a Rural 20A or utility undergrounding project that would begin this year and take place over several years into the future as we work with PG&E and other utilities to complete that project. So what it comes down to, I think, when we're comparing the cost of all these projects is what are the other uses that we have for these dollars. We wanted to start with a look at the Almond Grove projects, and these numbers were escalated from the 2011 numbers that have been provided to council before. They were escalated based on the costs that we have now with firm project costs on Broadway and Bachman Avenue. I'd like to point out, just as sort of giving you the bookends, that the project cost from staff's perspective is between $12 and $15 million to do all of the streets in the Almond Grove area, including Broadway. So that begs the question of what other funding sources there might be. Keep in mind that we do have nearly $4 million of funding to date in the project. If we're targeting the $15 million number, there's some items that we wanted you to be aware of that could be possible funding solutions in the future, so that you have an idea of what capital money could come forward to fund this project completely over the long term. Going through the categories, and as they're numbered on the left side of the screen there, the first is property-related revenue. This assumes the sale of a couple of properties, so the Winchester Lark Avenue property, which we'll bring to council in the fall. Also potentially a Tate Avenue property where the museum is currently that will be vacant. And then at 224 West Main, which is a parking lot behind Mountain Charlie's, we could, if we move forward with a project there, we could release housing funds on that particular project. I would say that none of these are for sure dollars, but they're all out there, and I wanted you to have the awareness of what are potential revenues for the town in the future. We also recognized $136,000 this year in garbage vehicle impact fees. If you increase that continually to bring us up to what the study has shown that the impact actually is on from the garbage vehicles on the roads, that could be a 5-year revenue source of $1.3 million. That's an ongoing source, but we included 5 years in that number there. Moving through to number 3, there's additional funding sources in this particular category. From fund balance, I would point out that the fund balance on an annual basis, we're showing about a $2 million line item here. Fund balance is typically programmed in the next fiscal year. So this $2 million we would typically hold until we're sure what the finance department is sure what that dollar amount is actually going to be, and then that would be programmed into the 16-17 capital budget. But those dollars are out there, and they could be allocated in part or in total to Almond Grove or other capital projects. And then we've listed a couple boxes that have some potential capital project reallocation opportunities for you. So going through those very quickly, we have capital improvement projects at Bachman and Oak Meadow Parks that the council asked for last fiscal year that we had put through. We have not implemented those projects yet, so that funding is still available for reallocation. We have a project at Parking Lot 4, which is the 2-story parking garage that we already have. That garage needs some work. It's leaks through the roof. Has some cracks and some damage to the parking lot. We'd planned on bringing that up to current standards. So there's a project that could be reallocated. And then the $1.8 million is a street repair and resurfacing project from this fiscal year. And that's the project that Ms. Peterson just finished talking about. And although we recommend not reallocating these funds, certainly council has the option of reducing it by half as we provided the opportunity or reappropriating these dollars completely. And then at the bottom are several other capital projects. I'll just cover most of these are life safety, so we would not recommend reallocating these, but I wanted you to have a good, complete list. The last item is LED streetlights, which has a very significant payback. So we would have energy savings that we would see a payback of about $50,000 a year on. So the net return on that project is very quick, and we would recommend that we move forward with that one because we see general fund savings in the short term. And then, as you can also see, the number one item on that list is street repair and resurfacing, and that's our annual allocation. On an annual basis, we allocate $1.125 million to our street repair and resurfacing program. Important to know that the Street Saver funding level for street resurfacing is $2 million, so we're underfunded on that particular allocation in order to stay at the status quo. So I wanted you to have that complete information as we're looking at considering what the capital budget looks like in the next year and opportunities for reallocation or assigning dollars. Staff's recommendation would be that we come back to the council with a complete report on the need for Almond Grove without having to make a decision or focus on means and methods of construction tonight, and to bring back other funding solutions to meet the gap up to that $15 million amount, so that the council has some options and can have an in-depth discussion about funding opportunities. We would propose to do that in the fall, late September time frame, when the Finance Department and Parks and Public Works would bring back those options. So I covered the options very quickly there, and I think that covers us on the capital budget presentation. I think from staff's perspective, we'd love to cover the operating budget and lock that one in if we could, and certainly staff's available for capital budget questions as well.
I was going to ask people to hold their questions, but Councilman Leonardis?
It should be brief. Mr. Morley, could you put that previous slide back up, the 4 options? Blow it up there for us. Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Why don't you just leave that up there, Mr. Morley?
Yeah.
Members of the council, I'm sure you have other questions regarding both these items, but I would like to call members of the public that are interested in giving us information. Then we'll ask questions at the conclusion. So Tom Boyce.
Good evening. I'm Tom Boyce. My wife and I have resided on Wilder Avenue since 1980. I'd like to give you a slight update on my background that I think is relevant to what I'm going to say next. I hold an engineering degree as well as a business degree. During my career, I worked at Fluor Engineering and Construction, which at the time was nearly the largest one in the world. And during that time, I learned a lot about project management, including scoping projects and cost estimating. And those are the topics I would like to cover with you. One of the things that I learned at Fluor was something called feature creep. Perhaps you have heard of that. It's a common thing in projects where you start off with a major objective, in this case repaving the streets, and then other features get added to the project, and you can see a list here of things that have been added to the Almond Grove project as it was more clearly defined. New sidewalks and curbs, while we're at it, while we're having the people there, let's do that. New curbs and gutters at the same time. We have new everything. Why not do a beautification by planting new trees? That means we widen the planting strips, means the gutters all move to different locations, which means you have to redesign the geometry of the street. Those features all sound desirable to me. I'm not arguing against those, except the bottom line is $15 million. What usually happens when feature creep comes in and then hits the reality of a budget constraint is you go back and look at which features do you absolutely want and can afford. In this case, I would suggest a reasonable bare bones approach within a budget would be let's repave the streets and let's repair the sidewalks and let's repair the other things that need to be repaired. A bare bones approach, doing that, ends up with a project that costs about a little over $7 million in repaving costs and under $700,000 for the repairs.
Mr. Boyce, thank you. I'm going to ask you to, hopefully that's your last slide. Have you wrapped up?
It's not the last slide, no.
Okay, but you're done. Your 3 minutes are up. So let's
They
see if let's see if people are interested in seeing your last slide, or if they have questions for you. Council. Thank you, Mr. Boyce.
Thank
you.
you.
You can certainly submit your presentation to the staff.
Thank you.
Lynn Brandhorst.
Sure. My name is Lynn Brandhorst. I live at 93 Broadway. We had submitted material to the council to make a presentation under this, but since it does not have a direct effect on the monies and how they're going to be allocated in the budgets, we've decided to move that to the public comments or the vocal comments that you've moved to the end from the audience. And I just wanted to make that as a point of clarification that you do have that material, and you'll probably be happy that we're moving it on later. The only thing I would like to do is this, because we had asked a number of Broadway residents to come. I'd like for them to stand up so you know who's here from Broadway. And it may be past some of their bedtimes by the time we get to what we're going to talk about. I appreciate them coming, and we'll get to talk to you later in the evening then. I just wanted to make sure that for some reason we wouldn't be told that because this item had come up earlier, when we start talking about the Almond Grove paving, and it doesn't have to do, like I say, and affect the budget, that we won't be told that we should have talked now.
Okay, I'm looking for a card for you, but meanwhile, Vice Mayor.
Madam Mayor, I need clarification. You've combined several agenda items, and it's not clear to me whether or not the presentation which this speaker wanted to make relating to, I guess, Broadway paving.
Primarily, yes.
Yes. Primarily with regard to Broadway, does or does not fit in with the agenda items, including 13.
I'll say to you, Mr. Brandhorst, and to members of the public, the introduction when I put these two items together was that we're considering an operating budget, we're considering a capital improvements plan, that we're considering street repair. The presentation that we got from Mr. Morley indicates that those are intertwined, that we have different budget options.
Yes.
The only thing that we would consider tonight vis-a-vis anything to be done in the Almond Grove is to how much funds would be allocated, not what they would be used for. So if I'm assuming that the presentation from you and the other residents who are here from Broadway is we would like concrete, then that would be appropriate. You could appropriately address that now. That's fine. You could also come back at a later date when we'll discuss how that allocation of funds would be spent and on what, and address us then.
Okay. Since we believe it was not directly related to the budget per se, or what you're approving tonight, we thought it was most appropriate if we went ahead and used the comments from the public that you moved to the end of the meeting to do that rather than take up your time here.
Right. I understand that, but what I'm saying to you is if your comments are, we would like concrete on Broadway, am I correct in that?
There will be some comments about there, yes, but
I was going to save you the time and say,
we have some specific actions.
Godspeed to you, and we'll discuss whether it's concrete, asphalt, trees, whatever it is at another date. That said, if you all want to wait and talk to us when we get done, you're certainly free to do that.
Okay, you mean at the end of the agenda, correct? Or at the end of the, when you've asked for public
Or, I mean,
Yes.
what I did when I combined the items, I was responding to the vice mayor, is I was assuming that anybody who wanted to talk to us about the Almond Grove, anyone who wanted to talk to us about street repair, and anyone that wanted to talk about the operating budget could do so. I did also say that we're discussing an allocation of funds, not what they're going to be spent on. And what I mean by that is, will it be concrete or will it be asphalt?
Okay.
Will it be a tree? Will it not be a tree? How big will the sidewalk be? Those kinds of things. But if you want to talk to that, go right ahead.
Okay, we would prefer just to do that at the end and not take up your time during this budget. We have no qualms about the budget, so.
Okay. Or you can also choose to do it when the Almond Grove is specifically put on the council agenda as an item.
And I'm sure we will.
Okay.
Thank you.
So you can make your own decision, and we'll see you or we'll not.
Thanks.
Clay Slocum.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Clay Slocum. I am a concrete pavement engineer for a nonprofit association. And I have been intimately involved in the Almond Grove project. And I was asked to attend this meeting by Tom Albanese, who is a resident on Wilder. Essentially, I would like to offer my services and my resources to the council members and the residents, essentially to help provide transparency and or resources to substantiate the construction, environmental, and life cycle cost benefits that would be realized by repaving these historical streets in concrete. So I'm here for that purpose.
Okay, let's see if there's any questions for you. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. The last meeting we had, there was somebody who submitted correspondence about if you approach the project in totality as opposed to 2 streets at a time, that you could save up to 50% on your materials cost. And this is exclusive of whether it's concrete or asphalt. Do you agree with that ideology, that you would get a better deal on materials and perhaps be able to bring down the cost of the total project if you don't piecemeal it 2 streets at a time?
Based on my experience with similar projects, mobilization and traffic control are 2 very large ticket items. I would not say that they're usually around 50%. My experience is somewhere between 15 and maybe 33% is where I usually see those 2 costs. And I would imagine those 2 costs are the ones that you would probably save on if you complete all the streets at once as opposed to piecemeal, where you wouldn't have to be in and out with mobilization and traffic control.
One more. Essentially, what I was referring to is the material cost itself, not the mobilization and traffic control per se, although I think there would be efficiencies achieved there as well.
Oh, I see. The materials cost, I actually, based on my nonprofit, I'm not allowed to speak to necessarily the costs of the direct materials. However, history has shown that if it's concrete material, there is a very steady, predictable pattern of the material costs. I can't say the same about the asphalt material. It's primarily based on oil costs. So that's my experience with material costs.
All right, thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Slocum? Thank you, sir. Robert Cowan.
Thank you. Bob Cowan, 222 Tate. If I understand staff, there's a desire to maybe talk about the detailed aspects about concrete versus asphalt and in Almond Grove and other streets coming up later on, maybe into the summer or early
Correct.
fall. So I'm going to save my powder for then. And I would hope that rather than have people stay here all night, you can maybe make a decision right away. Are we going to discuss the details of those streets now or at a future meeting at the end of the summer?
I don't think it's a matter for us to determine now, because what we're doing tonight, and I'm going to look to the council to make sure that they have the same understanding as me, is determine a large amount of funds to be set aside to do something for the streets in the Almond Grove. What that ends up being is going to be discussed at another meeting.
Right. Well, I think that's key.
Concrete versus asphalt.
That's key to the asphalt versus concrete.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is that everyone else's understanding? We're all nodding, so you can bring it on in August or September. John Shepherdson.
Skip that, I'll just use this. All right, so this is a summary argument. I heard competing needs. Our large police budget is causing our bumpy roads. It's really that simple. In my view, the town is broke because we don't have the $8 million that is needed right now to fix the Almond Grove and the Broadway streets. The Almond Grove streets are hazardous. We have about $74 million, at my calculation, in unfunded obligations. Santa Cruz County grand jury is concerned about these unfunded obligations on the pension side. 20% of our streets are in poor or very poor condition. 3% of those streets are the Almond Grove. Almond Grove is going to cost us $12 million. Does that mean that the remaining 97% is going to cost us $388 million if we do the same level of repair? That's a question I have. It's very important that we get to repairing these streets quickly, because when we repair them when they're in a good condition, it's $2 to $6 a yard. When they're in poor and very poor, it goes to $12 to $70 a yard. So when we allow this decline, it costs the town. Nichols Consulting engineer report, March of 2011. Personally, I would prefer concrete, but we can't afford it. This is from the report that was provided to the town. We have potential tripping hazards. So why are we increasing the budget when we're already costing the town and exposing the town to legal liability? Again, from the report that the town has, the slabs are extensively cracked. In many cases, they are broken in 4 or more pieces, and therefore considered shattered slabs. This is a definition of failure of PCC pavements, and they have essentially reached the end of their service life. And that was in 2011. So we're now 4 years later, and we haven't repaired them. We all know what they look like, so I'm not going to go with more of those pictures. This town staff report, May 14th, the town remains challenged with availability of limited resources to augment the proposed future budgets. The staff is continuing to seek other funding, additional funding, possibly from the sale of property, because we don't have the money. Traffic mitigation. We have, in the future, about $48 million in traffic mitigation, and the fees are going to bring in about 23, so that's $25 million in unfunded traffic repairs, road repairs. And then this is on the budgets on the pension side, potentially $54 million. That's going to increase. So that's why I think we should have a review of our budget and get a handle on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Questions? Thank you, sir. Sarah Walker.
Hi. I'm here representing the Bachman Park residents in the area of the park, and I'm bringing to attention the condition of the turf, and I'm very concerned about the comments that our park budget for repairs is going to be thought to be allocated for streets. This is a situation that is caused by the town itself because we turned off water May 5th, gave permission to the park departments to stop watering. But it's a problem that's been growing for quite a long time. We've got gopher holes. I know of at least 2 people that have broken legs on that area. So it's also a liability. So think twice about allocating that money.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Questions? Angelia Dorner.
Great. Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove. I was really surprised this last Sunday to see how many people didn't realize that it was Flag Day, but you could sure know that it was Flag Day in the Almond Grove. The red, white, and blue was flying everywhere. The Almond Grove does not only show its national pride, we're also I'm sorry. Which computer? Okay. Thank you. We're also in the heart of downtown Los Gatos. Downtown is listed in the National Registry of the Historic Places. It's a model of what communities strive to achieve in the downtown district. The Almond Grove is a historical district. That means our neighborhood is recognized by the town as a key component of the community's architectural heritage, and we do all we can to preserve the look and feel of a time long gone. One of our great neighbors is St. Mary's Church and School. It's a fact of life. Every day someone is welcomed into this world, and every day someone goes out of this world. It's not odd to hear children laughing, people cheering, pipers playing, and at times a 21-gun salute. Last month, we enjoyed the 42nd year Cat's Hill Class Race, which went throughout the Almond Grove. In early October, we have the huge country fair, which is held on the grounds of St. Mary's. Rides, games, great food and music till late in the night. And after a very long weekend, the trucks roll away, and we barely have a chance to blink before it's time for Halloween. Tate is closed, and you can't believe the number of people, more adults and children. There's at least 3,000 people plus who join us for Halloween every year. Halloween goes down, Christmas comes up, because we host or we stage the Christmas parade. It's always held the first Saturday of December, and most of it is staged in the Almond Grove. Holiday carriage rides. All throughout December, I love the clippity-clop, and the oohs and ahs of the 2,000 plus people that come through the horse carriage rides and go through the historic Almond Grove district. The Almond Grove, we may only be 3% of the town streets, but we give 97% of our hearts to the town, month after month and year after year. We've been waiting for 35 years now. We believe it's time for the town to give a little something back. All we're asking for are safe and functional streets. We really appreciate whatever you can do to make this happen sometime this year or soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorner. I have no other cards on these subject matters, so I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing and look to the council for questions of the staff or any motion that they may have at this point, and remind you all that we're considering, with respect to the operating budget, a proposed new position in the police department, a $300,000 general fund reserve. We're considering our PPW request for street repair throughout the town, and we are considering a capital improvements program. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I would ask that since we have melded together three large issues, that either the mayor or staff line them up for us so that we know what we're voting on. Thank you.
Let's discuss the operating budget first. And those items that are open, particularly open, are the proposed new position in the police department and the $300,000 general fund reserve. Of course, the entire operating budget has not yet gotten action from the council. So any questions regarding those items, please ask them now or make a motion on them. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I would go ahead and make a motion to move the funding that would ordinarily be allocated for the new police officer position and the $300,000 contingency reserve for the benefit augmentation to the Almond Grove Street Project Fund. I think these items could be revisited at mid-year, but at this point in time, I see more urgency for those funds to be put towards the Almond Grove Street Project.
Okay, I'm going to make sure that I understand that your motion is to essentially reject the proposal for the new position in the police department, reject the proposal for a $300,000 general fund operating reserve, and to transfer those funds to the Almond Grove Street Repair Project, correct?
Yes, the word reject can be interpreted many ways, but for the time being,
not approve.
Reallocate those funds that were being slated for those two ideas to the capital improvements for the Almond Grove, and perhaps revisit those at a later time.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question of staff. I know that these are GFAR monies, and I was going to, I agree with putting them back into the CIP budget. The question is, can we at this point direct them to the Almond Grove, or should they just go into GFAR?
Well, you haven't made a decision yet on Almond Grove, but you have a choice. I suspect that you could say for your deliberations that may occur in September that you'd have a preference for those, but you could do that then. I would suggest you just put it back into the reserve.
Yes, Mayor, if I could elucidate with Mr. White's comments.
That means contradict, and that's okay.
Not really. Add further clarification.
Expand upon.
What we were asking council for direction was these are the remaining, both of these, well, one of the items, the 164,000 is from the 2.7 estimated year-end savings. That by council policy and reserve policy would go into our capital projects reserve, which then could be designated for any capital project council would wish to allocate that to. So if that $300,000 was put in the general fund reserve, it will eventually be programmed to a capital project at council's direction on that one. Regarding the $164,000, that was going to be a addition to the operating budget, so there really isn't a not a savings. As you council will remember, that was actually an additional cost. There's some net savings that would occur, and we may be able to reallocate those savings next year when we look at the 15-16 year-end savings.
Thank you. I'm going to second the motion.
Okay, just so I understand before I ask other questions on this, the motion is still specifically to designate those funds to the Almond Grove rather than to simply put them into the capital improvements program for potential allocation to Almond Grove or other projects later?
Yes.
Is that the understanding of the seconder?
Yep.
Okay. Questions or comments on that motion? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Just a quick question on the 300,000. So I understand the purpose of the request was for an operating budget reserve. How does that reserve differ from the required reserves that we normally have?
Thank you, Councilmember Sayoc. The required reserves, we have a 25% reserve requirement for our operating budget. Right now, that's about $9.6 million a year. We have 10.6 in an operating reserve, so we've more than met that reserve. So our operating reserve for 15-16 has been accomplished. We're at that reserve level. So when we estimate when we close the books this year, we may have up to $2.7 million of excess revenue available. Because our required reserve is already set at above a level that is the minimum required, we do not need to replenish any more money into that operating reserve. So by default in council policy, any of that money that's not otherwise allocated, and when we had talked about this 300,000, that would have been a piece that would have been allocated differently. All of that excess revenue under council policy right now will go to the capital reserve, and then staff would be recommending use of that capital reserve for capital projects such as Almond Grove.
That answer your question, Vice Mayor?
No.
Do you get your question? I'm sorry, Councilwoman Sayoc. I'm sorry.
Actually, a quick follow-up to
yes,
that, if I
go
may.
ahead.
So
you're looking at me, Chris.
I just want to make sure I understand. So the 300,000, that would be basically a line item for a separate operating reserve?
Separate reserve, separate. We'd have to get direction to do that. But it would be a new reserve. Yes.
A separate reserve.
Yes.
But if, for unforeseen circumstances, let's say we remove that 300,000, we could always tap into the other 25% reserve that we annually set aside, correct?
Yes, as long as you didn't dip below the 25% threshold that we try to keep for the operating reserve.
Okay.
Although council policy does have methods, if you do dip into it below the 25%, we have methods in the reserve policy to restore it back to its level over a period of time.
But wouldn't that, dipping into that, be dipping into it for one-time
Correct.
types of expenditures?
Correct.
And that's the distinction.
Correct.
So if you were looking for, the reason the proposal for the 300,000 was that small amount could reasonably be expected to be an ongoing amount of money that you could use for virtually any operating issue that comes up that's recurring. The big reserve is essentially one time.
Thank you for that explanation.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to step back a little bit because it sort of encompasses, what I want to say sort of encompasses a lot of what we're talking about here. Very generally, at the end of each fiscal year, let's say now we're at 14-15, if we have revenues that we haven't spent from the prior year, we put those into a fund. I call it the GFAR, but we put it into the fund to use for capital improvement projects. Because we, the town, do not have any dedicated source of capital improvement funding. There was a statement made that an operating reserve is a best practice for, that we use our operating reserve as a best practice, and so therefore that was the reason to support the $164,000 and $300,000. That might be a best practice, but it's difficult for a town like Los Gatos that has no dedicated capital improvement funding. And so that is why I am supporting the motion to have these funds be used for capital improvement, because we've heard repeatedly in the past meetings, especially most recently, that we have a huge capital improvement indebtedness, indebtedness, and that we need to get the funds together to pay for it. And so I think that this funding is better used for CIP than for the two items for which it was requested.
Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I think we're off a little bit, but I'll go ahead and, since we've got into fund reserves. So I see that we have $16.7 million in the general fund. Does that include the, what was the term used, emergency fund, or?
Yes, the reserve.
So the 10.6 in the reserve fund is part of this general fund that's at 16.7.
Yes.
So we could draw that down by we could take $6 million out of the general fund basically and still be okay.
Not all $6 million. There's a number of those reserves, such as reserves for open space that were for certain legally restricted uses. So it's not all the $6 million, but the big chunk of it, about $4 million, I believe, which is money that we keep in the reserve for capital. So in our general fund, we have two major large reserves. Number one is the one I just spoke of, our operating reserve, which is 25% of our operating budget as a minimum. That balance right now is about $10.6 million. And then we have about a $4 million. I'm looking at my budget manager to correct me if I'm wrong, but it's approximately $4 million of reserve for capital projects. That money sits in the capital project reserve in the general fund, and then it gets transferred to, as Councilmember Spector commented, to the GFAR once it's been determined what we're going to be doing with the $4 million. And generally what we do, and the history of the town has been, that we take the $4 million and we program it out in our CIP, our capital improvement plan, over a 5-year period. So we don't draw it all down at one time. Generally, it's been our past practice that we may draw down $1 million of it a year, take it out of that reserve, transfer it to GFAR, and use it for council authorized projects. So if we're going to be taking larger allocations out of that money for Almond Grove, that's a little bit of a departure from the past, not saying that it's wrong to do that. It's just more sizable chunks of money to be programmed than we've done in the past.
Just clarify a question on that. So what's in the GFAR is everything in the GFAR is already earmarked for something, and we would have to change our mind, basically.
That's correct. There is about I believe a $900,000 GFAR, I'll call it piggy bank fund balance, that hasn't been designated yet to a project. So that money could be programmed to Almond Grove, for example. But everything else in GFAR that's in the GFAR fund is there, and it's for authorized projects that have already been authorized in the past.
So the $4 million that you mentioned that's available in the general, in one of these funds, is not yet earmarked for anything, and it could be moved into GFAR?
No, it has been programmed, and I want to be clear about that. In the 5-year CIP, it was programmed. So in other words, it sits in the general fund, and then year by year, because we appropriate year by year the money. Let's say, give you an example. Let's say there was a park project in year 3 that was going to be a $500,000 project. The money sits in the general fund for a couple of years, earns interest during that time, and then in year 3, we transfer it to GFAR to be used for that $500,000 project. And so if we looked at our capital improvement document, it would show you, here's your $4 million, and over 5 years, this is how you will spend it down.
So then what I'm really hearing out of all of this 16.7 million, if we don't touch below the reserve level, you've got only 1 million that's not programmed. You mentioned the difference between 9.6 and 10.6. So we need to be at 9.6, but we have 10.6 sitting in the reserve, so we could pull that out.
And we can we intended on refining that number more for council in this late or fall time frame. We're going to get a real accurate handle. We'll probably have most of our numbers for the year-end close, and we're going to be able to tighten up all those figures and get council some very solid numbers.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question before we vote on the motion that's before us. And my question is, if the council were to approve this motion and or choose not to allocate the funds the way the staff has recommended, and simply put them into the CIP, or then the council could determine at some appropriate time if it wanted to use that for Almond Grove, it could, as opposed to designating it right now here today for that use. Is that correct?
Well, they could at mid-year, certainly, or even in the quarterly. That depends, you know, as your money comes in, as you solidify it, there will probably be some additional funds available, and if there aren't, then you shouldn't or can't, really. So that's a choice that you have. You know, when we talk about budgets, the whole issue up there is that the council is the one in charge. You can change virtually anything you want unless it's legally restricted by the state or federal government. So you have a lot of options.
Vice Mayor.
This $464,000 is a remnant of the 14-15 budget. It is not part of the 15-16 budget. And so that's why I'm supporting the motion to have these funds that we have now, which we would have spent for various operating budgets or for an officer, to have those monies dedicated now to the Almond Grove.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I think it's important to specifically state at this time there for the Almond Grove, and that's why I made that motion. Putting it into GFAR and bringing it back at mid-year and all those kinds of things will only further delay the ambiguity of this whole process, and I think we've had enough of that. So I'm hoping to fill the bucket this evening. That's my intention.
Councilman Leonardis, I have a question with respect to your motion and also for the seconder. Does your motion assume an approval of the overall operating budget as well, or is that going to be a separate motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I only wanted to address these two items, 9 and 10.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we understand the motion. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'd like to understand a little more from Mr. White or Captain D'Antonio about the officer that they're proposing to add before we decide to eliminate it. So the idea, you know, if I remember back what was in the report, we have a lot of overtime because we, you know, have vacancies and so forth, and we were only going to make up about 30,000 out of the 160 in overtime savings. So that meant most of the rest of the officer is really going to help the vacancies issue. And you mentioned before that the chief has done a really good job of keeping overtime down this year. So really my question is that sustainable? Can he keep overtime down in the future, or did he do things, you know, like didn't let anybody take vacation this year, things that are going to catch up with us? Are we going to end up with unable to keep overtime down in the future and, you know, effectively end up in a bigger hole?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council members, Mike D'Antonio, Los Gatos Police Captain. Thank you for the question. I think it's difficult to project what overtime costs are going to be. There are many variables. One thing we can look at is what we did this year to maintain those overtime costs. So we did do things like limit vacation times. We went to our POA and said we are recognizing that we are experiencing a high volume of vacancies, and so we asked them to limit the vacation signups to 2 weeks per 6 month period. And they agreed to do that because they wanted to contribute and help out the operations of the police department. The other thing that we did is when we looked at our training, we have a training budget, and that is specifically just for the training costs. Oftentimes, because of these vacancies, there was actually overtime generated because we would send people to training. So we made decisions not to send people to specific trainings, again, to save that overtime. Another thing that we did is we again recognized our vacancies this year, and we used the Detective Bureau to assist us in filling patrol vacancies by flexing their shifts. So in other words, the patrol schedule, when they needed coverage, we would actually take a detective out of the Detective Bureau, put them in a uniform, and help, again, reduce those overtime costs. One other thing that we did is we implemented our motor officers to handle patrol calls. So historically, traffic is a separate entity. They handle all traffic enforcement and investigations. What we did, again, is when we saw those vacancies levels dip to a certain level, then we would ask our traffic officers to assist us as well. So we used a combination in a variety of ways to really maintain that overtime budget, recognizing that we would have salary savings because of those vacancies, but the chief's directive was to be fiscally responsible as a department and do the best job we could do with the budget that was allocated to us. So to answering your question, I think to continue to do those things will be difficult. One of the things that we're hopeful of is that as we enter into 2015, 2016, that those vacancies will return. In other words, we had people out with some severe injuries that are now starting to come back. In addition, we have accelerated our hiring processes in an attempt to not fall behind in hiring. We have potentially 2 vacancies coming up in 2015, 2016, one of those being a retirement that we will need to fill, and the other one is another long-term disability retirement that we think that officer will end up retiring. We've been holding those vacancies in the police department, and not only that long-term one, several others. As I know you saw in the staff report, we had as many as 5 vacancies in 2014, 2015. So it was really, an extraordinary amount of vacancies. So again, to answer your question, I think it will be difficult to hold those overtime numbers as we did this year, and that was part of the reason for the ask is we believe that with that additional officer, we'll have the opportunity to flex that officer in a patrol schedule that was more of a vacation/vacancy relief person. Now, I can't split him up so he works day shift and night shift, so I can't cover all the potential vacancies, but we're hoping to be able to use that additional body to not only fill those vacancies, but give some workload relief to the additional officers.
Okay, thank you. Council members, we do have a motion on the floor, which is to not accept the recommendation of the staff for the $164,000 for a new police position, and to not accept the recommendation of the staff for $300,000 operating fund reserve, and to designate those funds for Almond Grove repair. It's been made by Councilman Leonardis, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Are there any questions on the motion? Okay, before I call the question, I have a comment. I'm not going to be supporting the motion, only because I object to the specific designation of those funds for the Almond Grove. I think that I would rather be flexible, and if it's determined that there should be more, less, or some other use of those funds, I would rather have the discretion to consider that at another time rather than have that pre-designated for that use. I think we have the ability to use it if we care to do so. And when we have more information about what's appropriate, then I would be more comfortable in designating funds. But I'm not prepared to do that right now specifically, so I won't be supporting the motion. Any other comments on the motion? I'm going to call the question then. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. It passes 4-1. Mayor opposed. So what I'm going to do next is ask for now a budget overall motion on the operating budget from the council. Is there such a motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Move to approve the operating budget encompassing all the motions we've made in the last couple of meetings.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Sayak. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye.
No.
Okay, that passes 4-1. Councilman Leonardis voting no. The next thing I think that would be appropriate for us to consider is the annual street repair request. So any questions that council members have of Mr. Morley or Ms. Peterson regarding that request? Or Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Question for staff. So we have this $1.8 million proposal on the table, or estimate, I should say, and it includes the contingency and the 15% overage and such. We send it out to bids, we get bids back, and the bids come in lower. What happens to the remainder of those funds should the bids come in lower? Do they go back into the fund, or do they get spent somewhere else, get reallocated somewhere else?
Thank you, Councilmember Leonardis. The funds for a project that are not expended on a project like street resurfacing, which is an annual reoccurring project, would carry over to the next year typically. However, of course, the council always has a discretion to reallocate those dollars as they see fit. So in this particular case, if in the fall you wanted to, when we brought back the conversation on Almond Grove, you wanted to have a conversation about unallocated funds in that particular project, certainly we could work with you, work to put that forward to you in a way that could be reallocated to Almond Grove.
Thank you, Mr. Morley. One more. Would you be able to put up the chart that demonstrated the $900,000 worth of more urgent repairs?
I'm not catching which chart you're referring to specifically, Councilmember. Which streets? Was it the listing of streets?
I think it's the option for the $900,000 expenditure. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jensen.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman Spector, you have a page reference for us? Go for it.
Actually, I'm not Vice Mayor Spector.
Oh, God.
That's the second
I'm
time.
so sorry.
But that's
I don't know
fine.
what's the matter with me tonight.
I do have, it was page 5, alternative 1, I believe is what you're referring to, right? Councilman Leonardis?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Sayak.
Mariko.
Can you blow it up a little bit?
That may be the list you're talking about there.
I
Let me
think
see if I can get it to look a little bit better.
Yes, thank you.
Vice Mayor Barbara Spector.
Thank you. I think this is the chart that responds to a question that was asked, which was list the streets in the poor to very poor condition. And the staff answered with a list and with a total of approximately $850,000. Is this the list, and is this the list that would total approximately $850,000?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
And go back to Councilman Leonardis, who wanted it put up. Is this the chart you wanted?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your question?
So I was considering making a motion to approve this alternative and use the remainder of the funds, should they come around for the Almond Grove Street Improvement Project. The only item on this list that I have concerns about are Kennedy Road from Stony Brook to Top of the Hill. I think probably from Teresita to Top of the Hill. I know Kennedy Road was recently repaved and restriped. We just restriped it, and now we're going to repave it again. So to me, the pavement content, again, I understand the explanations that we've gone through, but on that particular stretch, doesn't even seem necessary. But I do agree, because I did drive all these streets with Mozart and Oka and Paseo Lara and all the other ones listed. So my motion would be to select this alternative, except for Kennedy Road from Teresita to Top of the Hill. I mean,
Okay,
include Teresita to Top of the Hill, accepting it from Stony Brook to Teresita, exempting it.
So council, just for reference for the motion, this is going to be a motion on PPW job number 1327, which is in our agenda packet as item 13, which is requesting the 1.879967 budget. So we have a motion to approve the alternative. Is there a second? Okay, it's going to fail for lack of a second. Alternative motion, Vice Mayor?
Just a statement that I actually thought it was a good motion, and I would have agreed with it. However, I'm not prepared as I sit here to say that some part of Kennedy should or should not be included, because I'm not comfortable doing that, which is inconsistent with what staff is saying.
I'll try again.
Go ahead.
All right, so I will include Kennedy Road as proposed by staff in the motion. And again, the funds, the remainder of the funds would be allocated towards the Almond Grove Street Improvement Project.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector.
And I'm going to second that motion and just confirm my recollection that this is funding from the fiscal year 14-15 budget already, and so that any funds that go forward would go forward as part of our GFAR for 15-16. So sort of a second and a question.
Yes.
Other questions before voting on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple. If we're talking about streets, I wanted to ask about Alberto, because, tell me if I'm wrong, I recall seeing something come before either the conceptual review committee or the other after conceptual review committee for an office project at the offices at the end of Alberto. If that's the case, then would we really want to be resurfacing a street just before we have a bunch of construction, and would the construction allow us to pay for some of that?
Alberto is one of the streets that our maintenance staff has requested us to look at, and also did come up on the Street Saver program, and it is in very poor condition. It currently, I believe it has a PCI of about 10. So it's in pretty poor condition. I think that it's probably something that we really do want to move forward with. We can certainly, if there is additional project that's going to be happening on there, we can, take off the area that's maybe directly in front of the project. That could be something that could be conditioned with the project to take care of.
Mr. Morley.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to add that we would certainly coordinate with CDD on any potential projects there, and if there was a project in the near future, we would delay any work there and coordinate that with the developer.
Okay, second question. So my second question is related to the streets we've taken off the list. I think we're saving about $1 million, or maybe it's $950,000, something in that range. My understanding was everything on that list were streets that were about to drop into the category below and start costing a lot more money. Is that the case?
The way that Street Saver picks the projects, it tries to pick them from a standpoint before they drop into the next category. So yes, there is a possibility that some of those streets will drop into the next category, and there are some streets on that list that are in very poor condition. It is possible that some of those streets could drop into reconstruction.
So a follow-on, if I may. So in your report, you said we would now, our unfunded repairs would increase by $1 million if we did this, but we're only saving $1 million, which sort of doesn't make sense to me, because you've got streets falling into the lower category. So I would have thought that the unfunded really would be going well over $1 million unless they're not really dropping into that category.
So ultimately, that's for the first year. Down the line, it could translate into more.
Just to tack on to that, I think the alternative that staff proposed was somewhat different than this, in that there were a couple additional streets added on that are not in poor to very poor condition that staff had initially included in the $900,000 project. That was the alternative. So if you're looking at the $900,000 project, the increase in the deferred maintenance was to $1 million, so it's about a $100,000 increase by not doing that work.
Okay, I'll yield the mic. Thank you.
And Councilman Leonardis, was your motion intending to adopt the $900,000 alternative presented by staff?
Yes.
And that's the understanding of the seconder?
Understanding the seconder, she is moving to approve the revised fiscal year 14-15 option 1 up on the wall.
Thank you. Other questions or comments on the motion? I have a comment on the motion. Once again, I am not going to support the motion for the same reason as the prior motion, in that if we are going to be, the same reason and an additional reason. Same reason that I am not in favor of pre-allocating funds to a particular project. I don't feel like I know enough at this point to know that that's the appropriate thing to do, and I could do that later with more information and more input. Secondly, I think it's the council's responsibility to maintain all the streets in the entire town of Los Gatos, not just a particular portion. So I cannot vote not to repair those streets that need repairing. So I won't be supporting the motion. Other comments or questions on the motion? Councilman Rennie.
I'll make a comment, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I'm also a little bit nervous about taking the money out of this, because the idea that you'd start dropping into categories that start costing you a lot more money just means that we dig a deeper hole in the future. But then on the other hand, I do feel the need to scrap for money to get the Almond Grove project done. So I'm really on the fence on this motion. Maybe the Vice Mayor will help convince me. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, although I wasn't raising my hand to help convince Mr. Rennie. I think the Street Saver program and process that the staff described is a good idea, but if you think through it, what it does is says, here's our streets, and here are the ones that we need to repair this year, so that no street drops down to the bottom, and we keep going through our funding so that no streets drop down to the bottom, and so that we keep a pavement level of 0.7. The problem with that is when you have a finite amount of money, it just keeps going through this process, and you never have the funding you need for something that is become extraordinary, such as the Almond Grove. So although I appreciate the Street Saver methodology, it has a loophole when it comes to addressing unmet needs.
Other comments or questions on the motion before I call it? Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. It passes 3-2. The mayor and Councilwoman Sayoc opposed. Before I ask council to move on to the capital improvements program, I have a very important announcement. Congratulations, Golden State Warriors, 105, Cleveland, 97. 105-97. Now I'm going to ask council to consider our capital improvements program. After we do that, for members of the audience, I am going to take a short break before we get to our next item. So with respect to our proposed capital improvements program, questions for staff and or motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Question of staff and the mayor. If we could, is this the capital improvement? No, that is not. If we could have a page reference to exactly what we are being approving. I am looking at page A5 of our CIP, but I don't think that's what we're being asked to approve. So what is it that staff is asking of us?
If you take a look at B11, I believe that's the full list for you.
B11?
B11, yes.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And then looking at B11, is the request for the 215-16 $3.9 million?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Other questions of staff? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So I think it was Mr. Conway that alluded to the fact that there's $900,000 remaining in a fund that could be used for something. Is that?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Leonardis. There is approximately, and I'm going to look to my capital project or capital improvement specialist. Okay, then 900,000 in general fund reserves of that money of the 4 million I had talked about. I misspoke a bit there. There is $900,000 in the general fund reserve for capital that we haven't programmed out over the 5-year period. I thought it was in GFAR already, but it hadn't been moved there yet.
Okay.
So, but there is $900,000 in unallocated funds.
And that's 14, 15 money, or I guess that doesn't matter. It's a 5-year.
It's money that's in the bank now.
Thank you.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I seem to recall at some point I made a request of staff as to the requested CIP budget items, which were, and I don't even remember what the wording was, but which were critically or extremely important to the health and safety of Los Gatos and which were not. And I can't remember what the response was, and if that question could be answered with regard to the $3.9 million.
So we've pulled those projects out on the bottom as not recommended projects. So the annual street resurfacing project we feel is critical to the town. Curb gutter, sidewalk, retaining wall. The sidewalk and crosswalk infill are new projects, but from our perspective, life safety. And the Pageant Way parking lot, the lot right out sort of above us, is in dire need of a rebuild. The LED streetlights we left on that list because it has a significant return on investment, and we thought it was prudent to begin that project.
And so of the 3.9 on page B11, your critical to health and safety subsection there is subsection 5?
Yes, I would add that some of the projects are in progress. So if you look at on the page B11, there's a list of carry forward projects, which is the top portion, and then on the bottom portion is new projects. It's even smaller font than the regular font. And so the carry forward projects have some amount of progress in them.
Let me try it this way. Of the totality of the proposed projects, which is almost 4 million, let's say 4 million, 3.966, of those, I hear you saying that some of them are a work in process, literally, and so we shouldn't defund those. And some of these are a health and safety issue, and so we should fund those. And if you could just tell me which those are, please.
So I'll run down the list very quickly on page B11. Project 0216, which is about a third of the way down, is downtown parking sign enhancements. That those funds are open for reallocation without a big issue associated with them. We provided you with the list above in section 4 here on the screen, parking lot number 4. Although it has some infrastructure issues, they're not at this point life safety, so that those funds could be reallocated, although staff would highly suggest that those funds be replaced in the near future. Also in the list is the Oak Meadow and Bachman Park upgrades, which totals $655,000 that could be reallocated. So I think ultimately, if what you're looking for is a number that says these amount of dollars could be held aside for potential allocation at another time, there's just a couple of projects in that list that we should really hold back. From my perspective, the items on item 5 below, and then a $90,000 former library roof improvements project we should hold on to. The others could be reallocated.
Vice Mayor Spector, does that answer your question?
I'm working through it mentally.
Okay. Questions in the meantime, Councilman Rennie?
So I just wanted to ask, so I think later on the agenda we are talking about the Jackson Street retaining wall rebuild. Are those funds sitting in here somewhere?
They're carried as being spent this year with the assumption that they would be allocated in today's actions. Okay. So they're not listed in the 15-16 budget.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So Mr. Morley just gave us some information on category number 5 here. So is it my understanding that the $2,470,000 in category number 5 is something that you would recommend or possibly recommend being available for something such as the Almond Grove streets, being that it's not as urgent a need at this time?
It's category number 4. It would be the reallocation. By my math, it's 3.17 should be held for urgent capital projects, and the balance, roughly 800,000, we could not proceed with.
Thank you. I'm glad I asked that question.
Other questions? Okay, I'm going to look to council then for motions. Councilman Leonardis.
Mr. Morley, there was a speaker who spoke about the Bachman Park earlier, and they had a concern about the funds being reallocated. How much of this $655,000 is attributable to Bachman Park?
$3.25.
325, so the balance of roughly 330 or something. Okay. Goes to Oak Meadow.
Correct.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments, or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
In the interest of moving this along, and I'm trying to work this the way I best understood it, there's about 800,000. What was that number again?
Roughly 800,000.
Roughly $800,000. I don't know if I can incorporate that into a motion, but I'd like to see those funds allocated towards the Almond Grove improvement projects. So I'll stop there on the motion.
If I might, to help with the clarification, if you ask that staff hold on those projects until such time as we are able to bring back a funding solution in the fall for Almond Grove, that would provide us sort of the capability of bringing all projects that are non-critical back to you and wrapping them all into one.
Yes, that's a good approach in the sense that Mayor Jensen has raised the concerns previously about allocating funds specifically to a project. So I guess what you're indicating to me at this time is we don't have that nailed down exactly yet. So it would be better during the Almond Grove presentation to revisit potentially that funding source then on the non-critical project.
We can give it to you at the exact dollar amount as opposed to a round estimate-ish number.
Okay, so I will amend the motion to say those funds are potentially earmarked for the Almond Grove street projects to be potentially selected upon at the informational meeting on the Almond Grove in September or October, whenever we're having it.
Am I understanding that your motion is to approve the capital improvements program as presented, other than what you've just designated? Is that correct?
That is correct. But I was going to take baby steps, so I was going to throw that out there first and see how that went.
Okay. So would you mind restating your motion? Sorry.
Sure. The non-critical projects that amount to something like $800,000 that we don't have a exact figure on yet because staff doesn't have the information to further define it this evening. Those non-critical projects be brought back as funds potentially earmarked for the Almond Grove Street projects during the discussion on the Almond Grove streets.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Comments or questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 4-1. Mayor Jensen opposed. Councilman Leonardis.
I have another motion on the Oak Meadow Park project. And I'm assuming this isn't one of those critical items, right? This is exclusive of what we just talked about.
Correct.
Okay. Being that there have been, no public meetings discussing the improvements, why are we earmarking this money, or why are we reserving it for Oak Meadow Park at this time?
The last council direction had been to begin a public outreach process in conjunction with the Parks Commission, and we have that slated to start through the July 4th event. Given the previous motion, we would redirect on that particular action.
Thank you.
So that was a question, not a motion. Mr. White.
Well, I just want to be clear that you, Matt, understand which projects are being affected here, because there's a lot of different ones floating around. You got to be crystal clear on what the actions and motions are here. You are?
I understand. I think what we'll focus our work on is those items that are definitely life safety. The alternative stopgap is that our projects need to come back to council for award anyways, so you'll have the opportunity to ask us the question of which category are these projects in.
Okay, so is there any motion on the overall remaining capital improvements program? Councilwoman Sayoc.
Thank you. I move to approve the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2014-15 to fiscal year 2018-19, taking out the $800,000 that we just discussed in the prior motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Any discussion, comments, or questions on the motion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to take a break before we consider item 15, about 10 minutes. Yes?
So, Madam Mayor, there's also suggestions for funding sources. Do we want to look at those? We only just passed, I think, item 4 and 5.
Those were funding sources for the Almond Grove, as I understand it, correct, Mr. Morley?
The intent was to provide you an idea that there could be potential funding sources out there, and that we would fully develop these and bring them back for discussion and council direction on action on the individual funding sources in the fall.
For the Almond Grove, correct?
Correct, dedicated to the Almond Grove.
Questions?
Is that consistent with your understanding, Councilman Rennie? Because these are not budget items that were brought to us. Here are alternative ways you could possibly pay for what you wanted to do in the Almond Grove.
Correct, but I thought that council might want to give direction as no way, don't do this. Yes, we like this particular one. Some of them are talking about sales of property. One of them's talking about another fee.
I think those were just brought to us as informational items, and all of them would come back to council at the appropriate time for consideration. Correct, Mr. White?
Yes, it's not difficult to bring back the property sale items or the impact fee, and you could decide them at that time. So we're not going to be going and doing an analysis of major new revenue sources unless you were to direct that.
Before I come back to Councilman Rennie, Vice Mayor.
I wanted just clarification because we've carved out some of the staff's proposed CIP funding. And I want to just confirm that we haven't carved out the Bachman Park funding that could be used for irrigation or watering.
That's correct. I believe that was excluded during that item.
During
the motion, I believe that Councilmember Leonardis put forward. So Bachman was not included in that motion.
Okay, thank you.
Just to confirm that with Councilman Leonardis, that was my understanding. You asked the question of the portion that was being spent for Oak Meadow, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So Councilman Rennie, rather than have us go through these, which I'm going to consider to be informational, when we come back and discuss the Almond Grove, which these pertain to, at the next scheduled meeting about that, I'm sure we could take it up if it's appropriate. Councilman Leonardis.
One more clarification. Thank you, Mayor. So on the $2 million potential surplus that will be projected for the end of the year, has that been adopted with the budget as being allocated towards anything, or is that just going to go into GFAR?
Those dollars would provide your source of funding for the capital program next fiscal year.
Okay.
So your choice is probably to hold on those and to consider it when Almond Grove comes back.
Thank you.
Anything else before I take a break? Okay, we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. Gentlemen, we're going to start again with item 15. Item 15 is a consideration by the town to extend the water conservation urgency ordinance for 10 months and 15 days and to review options to provide direction on water use and reduction in parks. Because Councilman Rennie lives within 500 feet of one of the parks to be considered, we're going to bifurcate this into two things. Consider the ordinance question first, and then we will excuse Councilman Rennie when we discuss the park options. My question, Mr. Schultz, is can I take all the public comment while Mr. Rennie is still here?
Yes.
Okay. So that's how we're going to do it. We have a report from our staff. Does staff have anything to add to our staff report?
If it would be helpful to the council, I could walk through the chart that was attached in the addendum that talked about a little bit about the difference between the urgency ordinance and the other ordinances. If it was clear to council, I could forego that effort.
I think that would be helpful to me, at least. Other members of the council? Sure, go ahead.
Can you find it? Or?
Yeah, sorry. It was.
Okay.
While we're waiting, Andre Iguodala was the MVP.
Yeah, he should have been.
So we'll go through it half at a time. I think it's that way in your council packet as well. So the idea with this chart was to help identify the difference between what the state has mandated, where San Jose Water is, and where the urgency and then the previously proposed permanent ordinance would have landed us. So where there's check boxes, that particular item is mandated. If you look at line item number 1, there's a 20% mandatory reduction for San Jose, applicable to San Jose Water by the state, San Jose Water, and through the urgency ordinance. The urgency ordinance also has a 25%, which council increased the 20% to 25% when they adopted the urgency ordinance. So that's where the town is now on that particular item. And you can see that San Jose Water is at 30%. So that shows some of the differences between the items. In the permanent ordinance, the ordinance is structured to last over time, so there's individual options for each particular one, and the council would adopt those at a regularly scheduled council meeting based on need. In the urgency ordinance, where it's noted as escalates, those particular items get stricter as the permanent ordinance gets more specific in the percentage of conservation. So when it goes in item 1 from 20% to item 2, 25%, it also increases, for instance, the use of potable water to irrigate landscapes, and that becomes more restrictive as the percentage water savings becomes stricter. So unless there's an item of particular interest there, I'm going to push it on down to the bottom. And then we lose the headings a little bit, but capturing some of the other items on the bottom. The permanent ordinance captures refilling of swimming pools where the urgency ordinance does not. The prohibiting of watering between 5 a.m., that should say between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. For the town ordinance was the additional item that the Councilmember Leonardis added to our urgency ordinance, so that particular item is standalone there. I did note that I missed limited watering days on the San Jose Water. They limit their watering days to 2. In the permanent ordinance, it escalates. So that's just a brief summary of the items and how that particular table works.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Schultz?
I would just point out that for tonight, though, on your agenda item is just the continuation of the urgency ordinance. The permanent would come back at a later date.
Thank you. That was actually one of the things I was going to make sure of, that we were only considering tonight whether to extend the urgency ordinance. It's my understanding. And Mr. Morley, while you're standing there, could you just state for the record, because I know that all of us on the council have received lots of inquiries about this, the lawn at the high school is watered by the school district. It's not under control of the town, correct?
And that is correct.
And that we cannot tell the school district what to do with respect to that lawn, correct?
We have no authority over the school district.
Thank you. Other questions to understand what you really need to understand before we take public comment. Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask a question on this chart. It's sort of an overall question. Somewhere in staff report, or maybe answers to questions we sent, you said San Jose Water has no authority to fine or force people to do anything. They can only charge them more for the water they used. So then on this chart, what I don't understand is there's a lot of X's next to things like only water 2 days a week on the San Jose Water. So that doesn't seem to mean anything to me.
So San Jose Water has no, although they direct their customers to follow their guidelines, they have no authority to enforce it. Some of those guidelines are state guidelines, so they are mandated, but there's just no enforcement ability behind it. So that's one of the important parts of the town having an urgency ordinance that aligns so that there is an enforcement ability along the way. Now, as I pointed out way back on May 5th when we first talked about it, San Jose Water's process is an escalation process, so they work closely if there are violations to correct the issue versus to try to get to an enforcement. ultimately, when it gets to that sort of fourth phase where the correction isn't working, they would work with the local jurisdiction to do a citation.
If I could follow up. So in some of these places, I see escalate on here, or even in our urgency, you have an X, but we don't have, again, the one watering more than every other day, we don't have any X's there. So does that mean they can't escalate even if we do a permanent ordinance or the urgency ordinance?
The attorney may be able to help me with the enforcement.
So our current urgency ordinances didn't have that watering every other day. We certainly could put that in our permanent one. I think it did, depending on what level of drought we were in and what savings needed to be accomplished. So that's in our permanent one that we'll bring back to you. But our urgency ordinance that we brought back to you the first time didn't have that specific requirement of only irrigation on certain dates. The other point I would just bring up real quickly is there are bills pending in Sacramento right now that would give authority to private water companies to do enforcement in jurisdictions. It looks like that has a possibility of being passed. So when we come back to you, it might be that some of these issues might be moot because the water companies will have that enforcement ability and we won't have to try to insert ourselves in those issues. We might still want to have our own ordinance, but it won't be because of enforcement isn't available to the water companies.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So we have the ordinance, the urgency ordinance that we've previously adopted. Does that mean we can't make any modifications at all to it if we're going to re-adopt it?
No, you certainly could make changes to it.
Okay, just want to clarify. Thank you.
Anything else before I call members of the public up? Thank you, Mr. Morley. Rachel Gibson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council. My name is Rachel Gibson. I'm with the Santa Clara Valley Water District. Just want to differentiate. I'm not with San Jose Water Company. I'm with the water wholesaler, Santa Clara Valley Water District. Wanted to commend the council for taking action on this back in May and adopting the urgency ordinance, and also encouraging support for the staff recommendation before you this evening. You should have received a letter from our board chair underscoring the need for continued water conservation measures. The drought obviously is not getting any better as we enter summer. It looks to be a long, hot one, despite NOAA's predictions of yet another El Nino. That's what they said this time last year, and look where we're at. So we would definitely support the staff recommendation, as well as additional recommendations in the urgency ordinance, such as the 2-day-a-week watering schedule, which has been agreed to countywide, which is a no small feat unto itself. With that, I'll stand open. Any questions?
Questions for Ms. Gibson? Thank you very much. Sarah Walker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm a 36-year resident of Bachman Park area and a business owner. I'm representing 138 neighbors and residents who signed signatures on a petition objecting to the cessation of water at Bachman Park, our 50-year-old park. Residents want equity in park management and alternatives to destroying the turf. Bachman Park is currently receiving no water, 100% cessation of water on an area called Zone 1. Of course, we residents didn't know it was called Zone 1 because it wasn't even published until last Thursday. We received no public notice prior to the cessation of the water. I can tell from the water conservation manager that occurred around May 5th. We feel it's been a violation of our rights and due process. The urgency ordinance was not needed. The town had already met its 25% reduction requirements to meet the governor's regulation as of their own table published in the 5.5 staff report. This is that table. Your own information. But somehow, in passing that ordinance and approving the town's park department report, they felt free to turn off water 100% to one area of our park without informing residents, and I don't think they even informed council of those zones. This is the zone we're talking about, according to their map, but it actually extends out at least another 15 feet because this area behind my house has been dry for quite a long time. Your ordinance says it doesn't cause any environmental damage. I'm going to skip right over to what's important. And what we want done is water changes so that the zone is upgraded to zone 2, allowing water 2 days a week. We want equity with the other parks. Some of your parks are getting 3 days a week. For example, Town Center, which looks a lot greener than that dry turf I showed earlier tonight. We want public participation.
Ms. Walker, your time is up. We've got your submissions. Thank you very much. Let's see if there's questions for you. Thank you. Diane Siemens.
Diane Siemens, 69 Ellenwood Avenue, Los Gatos. I've lived in there since 1969 when Bachman Park was dirt. And it's beginning to look like that's what it's going back to being because it isn't just that small area. The whole park looks terrible. I'm not opposed to cutting down water to the level 2 or level 3 that's talked about in the report, but killing the park is not an option because the way you're discussing finances tonight, it'll be 10 years before anybody plants natives when they say they're going to. They won't. It'll go back to being dirt. And I hope that you'll do what Sarah asks. Thank you.
Thank you. John Shepherdson.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in sort of a larger issue, the drought, I'm concerned about the fire hazard, and it's kind of been alluded to. We have global warming. The Pope's going to come out with a paper on global warming. Los Gatos is warming up. We have greater fire risk from the drought, and so taking precautions now and in the future makes sense. This is from the National Resource Defense Council in terms of climate change will have a significant impact on the sustainability of water supplies in the coming decades. A new analysis performed by the consulting firm Tetra Tech from Natural Resources Defense Council examined the effects of global warming on water supply and demand in the contiguous United States. The study found that more than 1,100 counties, one-third of all counties in the lower 48, will face higher risk of water shortages by mid-century as a result of global warming. More than 400 of these counties will face extremely high risks of water shortages. And as I recall reading the graph, Santa Clara County fell within that 400. So that's that point. And then I'm glad to see Ms. Gibson here today. So this is from the, if you write to the Santa Clara County Water District, they will send you a packet of really cool stuff. Like this is for your shower. You know, you just stick it on the wall and it's 5 minutes. It gives you how much you're in the shower. You can get, you know, shower heads. You can get, this is a little moisture meter. You know, little faucets, things, you know, brochures, and so it's a kind of thing where every little bit counts, and it may be someone from the staff could coordinate with Ms. Gibson. I actually, with the homeowners association I'm in, we have 28 homeowners, and I called and said, can I show up and grab 28 packets and hand them out? Well, they don't work that way, I guess, because they're concerned about it being abused. So individual homeowners have to actually contact them. But if we do that on an individual basis, and lots of us do it, then on an aggregate basis, it's going to make a difference. And then if it makes enough of a difference, maybe we can free up water for things like Bachman Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. I don't have any other cards, so I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing. And what I'd ask council to do is I'm going to split our consideration, both questions and motions, into the two parts. One being consideration of continuing the emergency ordinance, and one being a consideration of our water management, so that Councilman Rennie can be excused for the latter part. So let's consider the urgency ordinance first. Do we have any questions regarding that? Do we have any comments or motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. The question would be, is it really necessary, considering, obviously at the time we adopted it, it was one of those things where we took action, but looking at the chart and looking at what's covered by the other two entities, the state and the San Jose Water, is it really still relevant, necessary? That would be my question.
Yes, staff certainly thinks that it is. It's only 8 items that you are prohibiting, and those 8 items have been adopted by all the other cities in the county in Santa Clara, and it's to show the governor's mandate to reduce the use of water. So in that sense, until it's in addition, for the time being, San Jose Water does not have the ability to do the enforcement. So it doesn't reach as far as the permanent one, but at least it prohibits those 8 items, and it stays fresh in the mind of the citizens of Los Gatos that we're trying to conserve water, and that's staff's reasoning, I believe, on wanting to keep it in place until we do come back with the permanent one. And at that time, obviously, it might become moot, the issue, based on what the state does, but for the time being, it seems important.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions, or a motion with respect to retaining the urgency ordinance? Councilwoman Sayag.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Okay. I move to extend the water conservation urgency ordinance for what's recommended here, 10 months, 15 days. Understanding that there are fluid changes that are occurring within the state, and that we will have the ability to change the ordinance should things change. But given where we are today, I feel that keeping this water urgency ordinance is imperative and shows solidarity for the rest of the state who's experiencing these shortages as well.
I'll second the motion. Comments or questions on the motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. When the permanent ordinance came before us, I was concerned about being too onerous for us, for the people who live here, because San Jose Water was just beginning to implement its monitoring. But now, given the fact, as staff reports, that San Jose Water is going to take a couple months before they do their penalty assessments, and given the fact that San Jose Water or the Santa Clara County Water District has no enforcement powers, I think it is important for us as a town to have this ordinance. I will support the motion.
Other comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Councilman Rennie, do you want to state for the record your recusal? I already indicated, but it's my understanding you're within 500 feet of one of the parks under consideration.
Yes, I am. I'm within 500 feet of Bachman Parks, and specifically the area that's brown, so I am recusing myself from this subject, so I guess I step out of the room and you'll call me back.
You do indeed. We'll see you in a few minutes.
They might.
Councilman Rennie has now gone to the soundproof booth. Questions of Mr. Morley regarding the water management. Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. I'm looking at your chart. attachment 6 of Bachman, and I see the 1, 2, 3 categories. But I also know what it looks like when I drive out there or walk out there and look at it, which I have to say is consistent with the verbalization of the testimony. It looks really dry. And this would lead me to believe that 1 might be dry, but 2 and 3 are not. Is there something going on at Bachman that is inconsistent with this zone?
Thank you for the question. Yes, the challenge that we have at Bachman is the grass, the turf there has quite a bit of Bermuda in it, and Bermuda without a sufficient amount of water yellows very quickly. So we're seeing a lot more brown areas at Bachman than we are at other parks. Zone 2 is receiving 2 days a week at 40 minutes a zone. Zone 3 is receiving 2 minutes a week at 50 minutes a zone. So they're getting substantial amounts of water, and we're just having a tough time, I think, as we described at the May 5th presentation, of even keeping some parks, some areas green with that minimal amount of water.
Follow-up?
Yes, 2 things. First of all, what would you suggest with regard to Bachman generally and Zone 1 specifically? And secondly, how do you respond to the statement that the town had already reduced its usage of water 25%?
For Bachman, specific to Zone 1, I think the program that we put forward is a scalable program. It's meant to allow the town to continue to conserve water and to use the extra savings from a Zone 1 to help to mitigate some of the zones like 2 and 3. So you could see where by not watering in Zone 1, we're able to reallocate some of that water to Zones 2 and 3 and keep them greener with the water that we put on those locations. I do want to point out that we just increased the water at Bachman on Zones 2 and 3 last week on Wednesday, so we would expect it to take a week or 2 before that actually starts to come back to a little bit more, to have a little bit more green to it. But we would continue to want to monitor and adjust and be flexible on our zones, especially 2 and 3, to try and keep in Zone 2 a little bit yellow, but in Zone 3 a lot more green than yellow. So that's the intent of that particular program and why it's scalable, and why we thought it would work to take it like a Zone 1 and be able to reallocate those dollars and still achieve our savings. Specific to the 25% savings, as you saw by the table that was presented, the savings last year were exactly 25%. We are aiming to achieve that, and the zones are set up to get us at least at 25% number. We wanted to make sure that we were secure in getting that, so we're working hard on that. And again, it's a scalable program. The point was that with 2 days a week that's mandated, it becomes very difficult to keep all of the grass green. So if we're able to increase the minutes on the zones 2 and 3, that helps it helps to have a Zone 1 where we can pull from.
Okay, I'm just going to go down the line. So I have some questions. Also referring to the map on the wall, what's the percentage of Bachman Park that is Zone 1? Do you have any idea? To me, it looks not that big.
So if the diagram is schematic in nature, it's not to scale, and it's not exact. So as you heard in the public testimony, Zone 1 may actually be slightly larger than that, or Zone 2 and 3 may vary a little bit. But I think if you look at Zone 1, it's in the 20% of the park range, maybe.
Well, if I compare it to Gatos Park, for example, and I look at, it's also part of attachment 6, the Zone 1 looks like it's over half the park. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. With respect to the area right up front here, the plaza, we're doing 2 and 3 here. Actually, this proves that people's perceptions are incredibly different, because in me going to Bachman Park yesterday, I thought, oh, it looks good. Blossom Hill looked kind of brown. Live Oak Manor looked okay. And out here looked like brown patches. But in any event, we have zone 3, I think, or 2 and 3 in front of the town plaza. And my question about that is that we're doing that because we had concluded that that was a high-use area. And my question is, if we're keeping it intact essentially for summer programs such as Music in the Park, et cetera, and people come and put stages and blankets all over it, and we replace it every year, sort of because it gets trampled, why would we keep that green as opposed to allocating that water elsewhere?
So we do indeed do additional maintenance at the Civic Center and at the plaza to keep those areas green. And the large number of people tramples the grass and creates compaction of the soil underneath, which inhibits the ability of the grass to grow in the future. So although we haven't replaced it, we do have had a project on the books for replacing the turf at Plaza. We have not actually implemented that project because of the drought and not wanting to take all of that turf out. We've simply done what's called top dressing, so putting additional amendments on top of the existing grass to help it survive the trampled soil. So that the main point there is the heavy use is hard on the grass, not just from a single season, but from an ongoing perspective. And with the high use, as opposed to letting the grass be permanently in bad shape permanently, we look to do an ongoing maintenance program that keeps it greener and viable across multiple years.
Thanks. Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So, Mr. Morley, you mentioned the Bermuda grass out at Bachman Park. When it turns brown, does it turn dormant or does it die?
It turns dormant. So the grass at Bachman, when the winter comes around, will come back and be green. That's one of the interesting things about the Bermuda is it does just go dormant.
Okay, so there's still hope for El Nino and green grass in the future?
Yes.
Potentially. How would you respond to the correspondence we've received from the neighbors who believe that we're intentionally letting the grass die in order to replace it with drought-tolerant plants? Has there been definitive decisions made on that yet?
The council direction and the intent from staff was to do public outreach to identify what the public or the neighborhood wants to do with that park in the future, with the idea that there was a capital project to allow for doing that. So we haven't made no decisions. The idea was that there are some options and there's some funding for some options, and we'd want to have the conversation with the neighborhood on what the priorities are.
And that will come back to council for a decision after the public?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. Actually, my questions were along the process. So I did notice that some signage went up at Bachman. Have similar signs gone up to the other parks?
Yes, thank you for the question. We did signage that essentially provides the pictures that you see up on the screen at every park to help to do outreach. One of the directions from the council at the last meeting was to work with the Parks Commission to do some outreach. So we had the Parks Commission help us actually design and install the signs. So we went out with the Parks Commission. They helped us put them up. They helped us choose the locations. And they did outreach. They were able to talk to some folks while those signs were going up. And the response was positive, both from the Parks Commission and from the folks that they spoke with. We did, as of this week, we have signs at all of the locations.
Okay. And if I may follow up, so in addition to the signs, did the Park Commission have ideas or a plan of action of how they would actually reach out to the neighbors, specifically with neighborhood parks, on the phases and what alternatives are available, so that, almost like a brainstorming of, is this actually a correct assessment of what staff is looking at?
There's nothing that specific,
Okay.
I think, that the Parks Commission's come up with. We have been working very hard with the Parks Commission. Their top priority is to do that outreach and to actually get into the parks and talk to the users. And we thought this was a great opportunity to push something that hadn't got a whole lot of movement on it out there. And so it was nice to see the Parks Commissioners out there actually doing that and talking with folks and starting to take some action on what's been a goal of theirs for some time.
And if I may, one more question. Can you explain to me again how we as a town know how much water we're actually using? We don't have meters like residential customers do we?
We do. We do
Okay.
indeed have meters. Much like a residential customer, I believe that your bill comes every other month. So it takes 2 months to see what you're doing. So by the time we get and are able to weed through the bills for all of our meter locations, we'll be 2.5, 3 months into the weather as of the May 5th date when we implemented.
Okay, so then in July, we should have in July, we will know how we did in May and June.
Yeah, so the report back in August, as was originally intended, is designed to be able to have some, at least preliminary meter data from our meters to be able to tell council how we're doing. And we can certainly adjust savings levels at that point to increase or decrease the level of conservation that we're pursuing.
And are the meters at each individual site?
Yes, and in some sites, there's multiple meters.
There's multiple. So so when we come back in August or September, we will then be able to look at what the actual data is based on what we're using, and then we could then determine, do we want to look at it as a total town cost savings or individually by park?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. In the correspondence we received, there was the idea of using the potable water truck delivered. Couple questions. I remember from our last meeting, we discussed not watering that triangle at the corner of Los Gatos Almaden Road and Los Gatos Boulevard. I noticed the sprinklers were on that last week when I drove by, so we might want to check that. When it comes to the other medians throughout the town, how often are we watering those? And could we, in theory, get some of this potable water to drive down the street and just spray out the side and water the medians if and when we do that, and then use that water that we would have allocated for those medians towards more prominent uses such as Bachman Park?
So that for our median island watering, that's actually being done in several jurisdictions. The cost it's an expensive endeavor, mainly because you want to target water, so you don't want to necessarily water the entire median, but rather target the individual plants that need it. And so it means somebody driving the truck and somebody holding the hose as the truck moves along to do the watering. So it's a little bit labor intensive to do it that way when you've got an infrastructure in place. One thing about our medians is unless they're fairly new, the plants are established, so they're receiving a limited amount of water anyways. Especially the trees, they'll do fine in a median island with even if they're young trees with a monthly or an every other month watering. So the net savings from the median island watering is probably a good statement to make, but there's probably not a lot to be had there in terms of savings. Ran quick numbers on what a water tank truck costs to get. It's about $800 a day. If you figure that includes the labor to do the watering, you're looking at even with San Jose Water's high rate level at $7 for 100 cubic feet. You're looking at $140 a 100 cubic feet for the truck. So it's about 22 times more expensive to do it manually than it is to use the existing water infrastructure that's in place. And that's even at the high rate for the San Jose Water rate. So again, it would be making a statement for sure, but it is a costly one for the cost benefit.
May I continue? Thank you, Mayor. So being that you threw a lot of information out there, but we have $65,000 potentially allocated. Any estimations been done on that $65,000 and how that could be applied towards this methodology we just discussed? How long that would last?
So watering median islands, we could make the $65,000 last for probably through the summer if we're doing median islands specifically, and we'd be happy to make a run at that and even report back in August on how that is working as a pilot right off the bat. I'd like to also point out that we are doing some other efforts around town that the signs use some of that $65,000 that we did at the parks for the outreach. We're also doing a planting downtown in our planter boxes with, that we've coordinated with all of the managers of those individual planting areas to move to more drought-tolerant plants, sort of on a volunteer basis where they wanted to do that, and we have great response there. So it's a good community effort. Lots of volunteers will be out to help. The town's providing the plants to help make that change. So it will freshen up some of those downtown planter areas, add some different color to them, and also help with the watering.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Morley? Thank you. I'm going to look to council for any, this is basically staff is asking us for direction, is that right? Versus, but the direction can take the form of a motion? It says review options and provide direction on water use.
So we have a program that's in place. If the council would like us to adjust that program, has specific items that they'd like us to do to adjust that, we'd certainly appreciate that direction.
Okay. Councilman Leonardis.
I thought of another question. One of my innovative friends painted his lawn green. I realize that having a brown lawn is like a badge of courage, like driving a Prius or an electric vehicle. You're saving the world locally here. Has any of those ideologies been explored?
I'm aware also of a turf paint that's made specifically for that. Don't have personal experience with it. If you'd like us to try it, we could certainly identify a location and put it in place.
Something to think about, I guess.
As long as it's not poisonous. Other questions or comments or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Well, based on the extensive correspondence I've received from the neighborhood, the Bachman neighbors, and being that they weren't aware and they didn't have a chance to weigh in before we adopted our initial urgency ordinance, I would like the direction to be, and I don't know if this has to be a motion, or I say I move that we change that zone 1 to a zone 2 and perhaps find some reduction in our either our main park or whatnot to offset if necessary. I talked about the triangle on Los Gatos Almaden Road. Just check that to make sure that's no longer being watered and we don't know about it. As far as trucking the water in, I'm not sure. I know it's available, and I don't know. I guess I'd like to hear other council members weigh in on that idea, but I think replacing the toilet fixtures and those things as we discussed at our parks will have more long-term effects than spending all the money just using the potable water trucks, if indeed it costs that much money. But I would be open-minded to what the other council members have to say about that.
I'm unsure. I thought I heard you start with a motion. Did you make a motion?
Yes, I would like to incorporate at least the first part of what I said about changing the zone in Bachman Park to a zone 2 from a zone 1 and providing more water to that area. And turn off make sure the triangle on Los Gatos Almaden Road, Los Gatos Boulevard, that sprinkler system is turned off. And that's it for the motion portion.
Vice Mayor.
For the motion portion, I second it.
Okay, comments or questions on the motion? I actually have a question for staff, and then I have a comment. My question is, please remind me, whoever is appropriate, what public notice is appropriate for an urgency ordinance, and what public notice was given with respect to our May 5th meeting, which was a publicly conducted meeting.
So again, I think I stated earlier, the urgency ordinance did not deal with the issue you're dealing with right now with the watering of Bachman Park. That was a completely separate issue. But the actual urgency ordinance with the 8 or 9 prohibitions was passed under the government code and the water code, which allow you to do that on an urgency basis and doesn't require your typical public noticing process of a normal ordinance. And the one we'd go through the ordinance, the permanent ordinance, which requires the publication in a newspaper 15 days beforehand. So we'll do that for the permanent one, but the urgency ordinance specifically does not require that under the government code or the water code under these circumstances. With regards to the watering of the park, that's not a public noticing period. There's no rights, there's no property rights that are involved in that. That's public property. And so we noticed that just as a public hearing through the Brown Act and through the determination that it's on the agenda, but there was no noticing requirement of the 300-foot rule or anything that had to be put in the paper under the government code.
And we were aware of that. I mean, we were treating it as if it was an urgency. With the declarations of the drought being a statewide emergency, that's how we treated it, and that's why we ended up impacting virtually all of our parks. And even when we look at our Plaza Park, we can see impacts that are occurring there now from the drought as well.
Thank you. My concern was to put on the record that there was no requirement for an individual postcard to be mailed to any property owner, and that this matter was publicly noticed properly for our May 5th hearing. Is that correct?
Correct. And I would even go so far as even for the permanent ordinance, that would not require postcards, just like the leaf blower, just like the plastic ordinance. Those are ordinances that just require notice to be posted in the paper and do not involve individual postcards being delivered.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a comment on the motion, and my comment is that I'm not going to be supporting the motion, and the reason being we are in a very severe drought. Our Northern Sierra snowpack is at 2% of normal. Our local reservoir combined storage is at 72%. Our total reservoir levels are at 50% of normal. Our groundwater storage is predicted to drop to critical stage if dry conditions continue. So it is absolutely appropriate for Los Gatos to be setting a standard to conserve water. And there is not one park involved in this. There are 9 parks. And the 9 parks in Los Gatos are being treated the same based on identifications that were made at a public hearing. So I can't also support the preface to the motion that there was no input allowed. There was an opportunity for input. No input was received. I think the council did the responsible thing. I think that as a community, I would hope that we could come together and look at the entire community, not just Bachman Park area, not just Los Gatos area, not just Bay Area, but the state of California, and say, this is a time that calls for us to come together and think beyond our local interests to what is in the interests of the state and to everyone. And so if a park gets a little bit brown, that's a price that we should be willing to pay to make sure that we are being responsible about drought conditions. So I can't support the motion. Other comments or questions on the motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. I do agree with everything that you said. However, I believe that Los Gatos started before conserving water, before the mandates came out, and we've been doing a good job with it. And I think, based on the correspondence that I've received from the neighbors at the Bachman Park, and I do believe that the water usage in that particular area has been reduced 66%. So that's why I'm just saying, well, maybe we can do 2 days a week, bring it back to the Zone 2, and bring it in line. I know that it's obviously, as you stated, an extreme emergency. But with that said, it's not that we're not complying or not doing our part town-wide still. And other areas are receiving, it sounds to me, greater attention. So this area in particular has had an extreme amount of interest from the neighborhood, and I don't hear anybody coming from the other neighborhoods. So, and I have to confess, I didn't go to each and every park, but I did drive by Bachman the other day and look at it. So I don't know firsthand what all the other parks look like, maybe with the exception of Blossom Hill and the high school front lawn, which we have no jurisdiction over, and Main Street and some ones that I drove by. But I do feel that this small adjustment will make a lot of people happy, and I don't think it's going to cost us a lot of water. I'd rather say turn off all the water in the medians town-wide than turn off the water in a neighborhood park. and deal with the medians later, if that's what it would take in an exchange. So those are my additional comments.
Other comments or questions before I call the question? We have a motion made by Councilman Leonardis, seconded by Vice Mayor Spector. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have your hand up? Councilwoman Sayoc, sorry.
Actually, I think this is actually a very difficult one for me. And in the end, I do believe I will be supporting the motion. But what I do ask staff is that when the data comes out, when the water usage data comes out in July, and unfortunately we'll be at a recess, but I would like to make sure that staff has the discretion to adjust the amount of minutes that they feel is critical to make sure we stay in our 25% reduction. I'm looking at it more, I understand everything that was said is very important, and I understand the severity of the drought situation that we're at, but I'm also looking at it as an equity issue, and that there are several areas that some get some more water, some don't get. And so I'm looking at, specifically this Area 1. If we can make it in line with Area 2 and somehow then adjust the actual minutes of irrigation with the others, I think there could possibly be a cost savings in water use. That's where I want staff to use their best discretion when looking at what the water usage is actually when it comes out. So I will be supporting the motion.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. It passes 3-1. The mayor is opposed. Councilman Leonardis.
I have one more comment, and I don't know how soon this takes effect. I assume immediately, but if we can start our 2-day-a-week watering tomorrow for that, that would be nice, because I think it's been put off now for a month and a half. So, is it possible? Do I need to make a motion on that?
I don't think a motion is necessary, is it?
Just to clarify, we'll make the adjustment on the controller tomorrow, so we won't be able to water tomorrow morning, but the following morning we'll have the water on.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to call item 16, conditional use permit U13012, subdivision application M13004, architecture and site application, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 258 Union Avenue. This is an appeal. Mr. Paulson, my question to you is going to be, do you have anything to add to the 5 Planning Commission reports, 4 sets of minutes, 2 transcripts, correspondence, and everything else we've had as a staff report?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen, council members. I do not have anything to add at this point.
Thank you. This is an appeal, so we call the appellant first. Normally, we give the appellant 10 minutes to speak. However, it's 10:35, and so I am going to limit your time to 5 minutes. So, Ms. Quintana.
I'm not possibly going to get through my presentation in 5 minutes as half of what I anticipated.
Go ahead then. We'll be happy to listen to you for 10 minutes.
Thank you. I hope I finish faster. Seems like a relatively simple item, but the more I got into researching this, the more complicated and complex it became. While it shares some of the items that will be looked at by the special committee on the PDs and CUPs, this project is unique, and I believe it should be dealt with separately and outside the committee. I have submitted detailed comments with references that I will just touch on here. I could have raised many more. I'd like to start off with my conclusions because I have a habit of going over time. So based on procedure, new research, and new information, and policy issues, I asked the town council to do one of 3 things: uphold the appeal and deny the project, or uphold the appeal, deny the project and direct the applicant to reapply with specific direction. Or lastly, uphold the appeal and remand the project back to the Planning Commission with specific direction to both the applicant and the Planning Commission. I think central to this issue is the question of what is the town's long-term land use goal for this site. As I go along, I will also try to categorize what my comments, what section they fit into. I've never done a slide presentation before, and I've messed up on the order of the slides, but I will do the best I can. One of the things that I noticed when I went out to the site, I was absolutely surprised at the amount of the area that is going to be blocked off by this project from across the west side of Union Avenue. This is the view from the public. And you can see that it looks even taller than the buildings adjacent in San Jose. The role of the general plan is to establish the town's long-term land use goals. When going through the general plan, I was able to identify at least 40 different goals in the land use and design elements that relate to infill, compatibility, character, blending with the neighborhood, density, intensity, and these are often mixed and matched together in various ways. Probably the most important two that I came upon that encapsulize the issues raised here are LU 6.5, which states the type, density, and intensity of new land use shall be consistent with the immediate neighborhood, and CD 6-3, which says balance size and number of units to achieve appropriate density. I do not believe that this has been done with this project. The size, the FAR, and the density are not appropriate. I also would like to point out that the general plan states that for a project to be consistent with the land use, it must be consistent with not only the land use plan and the general plan, but also its goals and policies. In making her motion, Councilmember Spector, prior to making the motion, indicated that the commission had not made an error. During her motion, she emphasized that, oh dear, I'm out of order here. I'll come to that later. Let's keep going. During her motion, she indicated that the Planning Commission should make an independent judgment based on the existing mechanisms that are in place to control this type of development. After the making of the motion, both Councilperson Spector and McNutt emphasized that they were not establishing a new density for the site, but they were not saying that a different density could not be used. They were asked, Councilperson Spector asked that the commission use their independent judgment. The voting on this issue was very interesting to me because when I read the minutes of the commission, of the council meeting, it was clear to me, and the commission meeting, it was clear to me that not all the commissioners had viewed the video of the March 13th council meeting, and they did not receive a transcript of it either. It raised a couple of questions to me, so I looked through everything and found that 2 commissioners stated on the tape that they had not viewed the videos for the town council meeting, that they assumed that it was remanded because of error, and that there was nothing in the materials they received that would indicate that there was any concern with the density. Then when I looked at how the commission voted, it was interesting that the 3 people who voted no stated on the record that they had watched the video, and 3 had not watched the video, and 1, I couldn't make a determination from what they had said. So the question is, would the outcome have been different had all the commissioners viewed that video before participating. Also, just before the motion was made, Commissioner Bandami raised the question of the FAR, side setbacks, and a couple of other questions. In response, Joel Paulson indicated that the staff could support an R1 zoning, and he would find out the answers to her other questions. But before those answers came back, a motion was made, it was seconded, the motion was called without any further discussion. So I want to look at the comparison between the land use plan and the zoning map and continue it. Putting them together, if you look at them, there is very little difference between the land use map and the zoning map. The only areas of difference are in the shopping center where there's some office, but that's consistent with the general plan because that was there before May of 2006 when the zoning code changed. And Downing Court is done with the PD, and I haven't had a chance to look at that PD to determine whether it was a commercial PD or a residential PD. But the important thing is that the zoning on that site on Downing Court is medium density residential. It is not a commercial designation. When I looked at the previous projects that have been received under CUPs, the major difference between the Union project and those projects is Forest, Town Terrace, and Hubble Way all had general plan and zoning that were residential and were consistent with the use. Same thing when I looked at residential use in commercial zones in general. They fell into 4 areas. This Union is outside the areas that they fell into. All of them that were mixed use, combined residential and commercial uses with the residential above or behind. All of those that were single use were in areas that had previously been residential and we're now converting back to it primarily. Again, Union is the only 100% residential use in the town that has a both commercial general plan and a commercial zoning. There's a difference between intensity and density. Density measures the number of units, intensity measures the amount of development. And intensity is not just a numbers game. There are other things that go into the perception of density. Most importantly, when you look at this chart, and this chart was I developed using APN maps. I probably looked at 100 of them, and I came up with this chart. It's clear that the Union site is much higher in density than the surrounding sites, whether they be single-family residential or medium-density residential. The objective of FAR is to assist in determining what is compatible in a neighborhood, and the maximum FAR applies to all all single-family and two-family residential development within all residential zones and all non-residential zoning districts. I'm going to skip that one. This conditional use turns the land use hierarchy on its head, and I'm not going to be able to get through saying this, but I think this is very important. The findings for making a granting at a time. Almost got through.
Thank you. Let's see if there's questions for you.
One more. Go to that.
Are there questions for Ms. Quintana? Thank you. Before I call the next person, I was just looking at my town council agenda format and rules and was trying to figure out whether the applicant who's the subject of an appeal also gets 10 minutes, and it looks like they do, correct? Mr. Coomer, you and your team get a combined 10 minutes. A cumulative 10 minutes together. How you choose to distribute it is up to you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Jensen. My name is Chris Coomer. I'm at 2089 AV Avenue in Menlo Park. And I want to start out just by thanking you for hearing us tonight. I know it was challenging getting us on the agenda, so thank you, Mayor Jensen. And also a nod to Joel for cutting his vacation short, seemingly, to be here tonight. Lee made quite a few assertions in her appeal letter. I'm not going to take those on right now. You did receive a letter from me 2 weeks ago taking on the first 53 objections she had to the project. And then I had a table item prepared tonight. Hopefully you received that, or a desk item that takes on the next 7 pages that she sent in. So I'm not going to go through all that now. I don't think I'll have time to do that. But I will quickly just run through the project here and the history, and that's the pointer. So we did start, here's a view of the project. We did start in 2012 with this, and so it has been considered for quite a long time. We first took it to CADC and got comments, and then began redesigning the project. And so we went through 6 months of environmental review. We redesigned completely each unit, looked at how common areas were positioned, how things were related to Union Avenue, eventually coalescing in a proposal that went to the Planning Commission. This was that proposal. Here's kind of a look at it. We thought it was nice looking. Now, we were denied at that Planning Commission hearing with some good feedback from Planning Commission, particularly in the fact that we had a strong wall here at the back of the project, and comments were given to be more respectful to neighbors. So we have been trying to do that as we move forward. This was our appeal to the council, redesigning the project, changing the common area, and moving away from the neighbors on both first and second floor. So we hope we've been trying to gradually improve the project as it respects to the neighbors, or as it is in respect to the neighbors at the rear. So then we redesigned once again and completely changed the layout of the units. We decided to just move the units 38 feet away from the rear. So this is both second and first story, particularly these center units that back up to Mr. Liu's yard. We were trying to be particularly respectful there. And then we made an effort to take all the windows that would look to the rear and make sure they were high windows so it would be very difficult to look into the neighbor's yard. Again, with a real focus to be respectful there. We continued working with the architectural consultant. They had some concerns about porches. We had them for the front units facing inside, and he had a good point to move those to the outside. I think that helped improve the project. This is September of 2014. Then we returned to Planning Commission again in November of last year, and with this redesign, and the issues that came up there were, again, objections from the neighbors, this time in regards to light and access to light in their rear yards. We were asked to put together a solar study, so we did that, showing a minimal impact on the neighbors behind. And then in the ensuing Planning Commission, the judgment was taken to just make these 3 units here single story in respect to the neighbors. So, we have gotten on board with that, and we were happy that the commission was able to approve the project. This was in February, so we're happy to have that approval with us here. This is a log of the interactions with the neighbors over the years here, and Sean has done quite a bit of this. And neighbors have been generally respectful. We haven't always seen eye to eye, but I just want to show that we've really made an effort to reach out to them. We have really focused on how far we are from them. Their properties, their 2-story homes are, quite close to the dividing line. Our 2-story proposal is quite far, and we're hoping that that's a sensitive approach. Again, we studied that carefully. This is our timeline, just kind of how we went through this process here. And I won't bore you with all of it, but it has taken quite a while. There's been quite a lot of review. I think the assertion that people weren't thinking clearly about the project, or things were potentially not brought to light, is false. I mean, there have been a lot of smart people looking at the project and making comments, particularly the volunteers on the Planning Commission spending a lot of time with this, and staff has really been quite insightful. So this is our response to Lee's first 53 points, and as I mentioned, the other 7 pages have been responded to. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that. To summarize, this project conforms to the zoning ordinance, so we haven't come forward asking for variances or exceptions. It's been reviewed through 2.5 years. We hope it's been consistently improved to be respectful of the neighbors as we go, as we went forward. It's attractive in its design. And finally, it's an opportunity to take this blighted land that's been sitting there since 1997, empty, and do something with it. So we're hoping you can find to move the project forward towards construction. So thank you, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have any.
Questions for Mr. Kummerer? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Kummerer, when one looks at this project, they have difficulty distinguishing, are they single-family homes, are they condos, are they townhomes? And I know a lot of those terms overlap in some respects. And I believe what you're presenting here is a condominium development, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
So the question is, who is responsible for the exterior maintenance on the structures? Would that be covered by the HOA, the roof, the exterior painting? Or is it just the common areas and the landscaping?
Thank you. So I have a graphic here, if I can get to it. So the individual owners are responsible for the maintenance on the actual buildings. The common areas, these green areas, would be maintained by the HOA, but the actual repainting of the buildings and the maintenance of the buildings would be privately held.
Interior and exterior?
Interior and exterior. Okay. And that's a little different than some people's understanding. We went through this at our previous council hearing. There was a law passed in '85 that allowed for this type of thing. And so it's been around for 30 years, but it had been, sort of new to some people. Here's an example of that type of development. Again, these are freestanding with that similar model. It has an ownership model that's similar.
Okay. And one more question, if I may. Is the parcel in its current configuration one conjoined parcel, or is it technically two parcels that will be joined during the process?
Thank you. I think, let me just consult paper here. I think it is currently two parcels that will be conjoined into one. And that's part of the, yes, indeed, and that's part of the mapping process for the project.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Kummerer? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Kumar, my question was, the appellant indicated that your buildings were taller than the condos next door in San Jose. Is that true?
I haven't measured them, but my feeling is that they are very similar in their scale. I don't know if I can find a graphic that compares the two.
What is your maximum height?
Let's see. Of our individual units, I think we are somewhere around 25 feet. Let me find one here. So we have 26'1", and these are built with slab construction. So it's not a raised floor that would raise the floor of the homes up above grade quite a bit. This is just as low as it can go. So we're trying to also use low roof pitches. That was one, here we go. That was one tactic, is to use low slopes so they don't appear so, to be large.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Mr. Kummerer. Mr. Wang, I have an individual card from you, but I'm considering you part of the applicant team, so I'm not going to call you individually. John Yeager? And for those of you who are not an applicant or an appellant, you are operating under our normal 3-minute limit.
Okay, I'm John Yeager. I live at 258 Hirschner, adjoining the back of the property. I asked the town council to ground the appeal and send this back to Planning Commission. The primary reason for this is no specific plan was approved. A set of guidelines was approved. If the project moved forward, if there are any objections, there's no normal mechanism like there would be if the plan had to go to Planning Commission. If planning wants to give guidelines to the developer, he should work on those and bring a new plan back to planning. My understanding is Planning Commission approves plans, not rough guidelines. There are other reasons to overturn this. This proposal is not appropriate for this property and this neighborhood. Actually, a year ago, Town Council made statements in agreement with this, saying that they should reconsider the number of units and the size. And this was ignored by the Planning Commission members because they didn't view the tape, as Lee mentioned. Yes. Another reason the plan should be denied is only one planner came to see the property from our side of the fence. This particular planner voted to deny the plan. I hope you've had a chance to see my color-coded map showing how the development doesn't fit into the neighborhood, and this would be the first time to build like this next to existing homes. There have been two-story homes next to commercial, but that's a separate matter. In our neighborhood, there are very few two-story homes. They're all in one spot next to Los Gatos Almaden, and with single-story transition next to existing homes. Some 1.5-story homes have been allowed, but in general only next to commercial property. The Planning Commission ruling allowed for a two-story home to be built next to me and my neighbor. We both have single-story homes. If two-story homes like this are allowed to be built close to our fence like this, we've shown a real impact in winter months. The available sunlight blocked was 1 hour, and the solar study guy, he agreed with us on this, in contrary to what the applicant says. So approval of two-story homes next to existing property can set precedents. Not everyone can afford to upbuild their home. Requests for two-story homes abutting single-story homes can move down Union Avenue. I know the town wants more affordable housing, hence the BMP rules. Once homes on Union change to two-story, this goal could be defeated as families currently in those homes won't be able to afford them anymore. So you gain one here at 25 Union and then lose more along Union over time. I hope that the town will not approve a builder's non-plan as if it was a plan. Please ask the builder to build less homes on this property. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Yeager? Thank you, sir. Shigong Liu.
Hi, I'm Shigong Liu. I live in 259 Howard Court, right behind the property. First, I want to say thanks to Ms. Quintana and Ms. Hibling. They are here because they are not adjacent to the property, but they are here. They are not for their own benefit, but they are for the benefit of Los Gatos. I do want to thank to them. Previously, we talked about this project several times, and everyone knows that previously we talked about the density about this property, but it was ignored. The developer tried to make minor changes, try to ignore this kind of density problem. But I think before this density problem was solved, it should not be approved, especially when there is no clear design coming out. So I think it's not good. Just like, also I want to talk about the wall between my backyard and the property. The wall is leaning towards our homes because there is a big tree growing from the property, and the wall is leaning worse and worse. We talked about this several times, and Sean told me that they are trying to apply for the permit to remove the tree, but it's been a long time. I don't know how long it will take to remove a dangerous tree from the property, but I don't see any action for this. So I think they should do something for that. And another thing is that there's only one commissioner came to visit my backyard from the neighborhood side, and she voted no for the development plan. I think everyone else if you do want to say something about this, I do request that you come to the neighborhood to see the property before you say yes. And Maureen also talked about several times about this, the density, and it caused the safety issues because the Union Avenue is a big avenue. If we build 8 homes in this small property, it will be very crowded, and there's no walking places just beside the driveway. Everyone has to walk through the driveway. It's dangerous to the kids. If there are small kids running around, it's very dangerous. So I do request that not approval for the 8 homes for this small land. They need to reduce the house maybe to 4 homes. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Liu? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Maureen Heberling.
Maureen Heberling, 291 Hirschner Court. I had hoped to show you pictures from my backyard of the San Jose townhouses right behind me. There's a difference from my back wall to the back wall of the townhouses, which is not more than 40 feet, probably more like 38 feet. And you would then be able to see that I have 4 townhouses that have a bird's eye view of my backyard, my back windows. I keep my curtains closed just because it seems like there's always somebody looking out a second-story window and into my home. The townhouses behind me are 8 feet apart. These homes that are going to be built on Union are only 7 feet apart. And even though these pictures that they've shown here look attractive, the density is going to be much greater than what we view here in the picture. My issues for my neighbors are quality of life due to the loss of privacy. As I said, I don't have any privacy in my backyard or my home. This will decrease the value in their homes. I know that. I sent you a very in-depth letter explaining what happened to my neighbor's home. And my other issue was problems with water runoff from the Union Avenue properties, as I've had to put out a considerable amount of money to take care of the water runoff, which has flooded my backyard, and I did not want these same issues happening to my neighbors. As I said, I'm not directly involved, or I'm not directly affected by the Union Avenue property, the 258 Union Avenue, but I am directly affected by the San Jose townhouses. Now, no one has ever said, do not build anything on that lot on Union Avenue. You do have a petition from 1999, in which the neighbors requested that there be only 3 homes on that property because it was designated as 3 lots. But at the time, I remember we discussed a possibility of agreeing to 4 homes if the town would rezone. So tonight, I again request that you approve 4 single-family, 1-story homes, which would better fit in with the neighborhood, would allow privacy, and will not decrease the value of the affected homes.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, Ms. Heberling. Jeff Lockridge.
Hi, my name is Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura. While I don't actually live near this project, I learned a lot while helping Lee. I didn't realize that there were many projects in town that were done this way. I mean, maybe not many, but a few of them have gotten through. And that's where you combine zoning requirements, rather than change the zone and make the residents fit a residential zone. So in this one, you've kind of combined C1 and kind of a combination of RM and maybe RD too. And what I don't understand is, why do we let projects like this get so far along? Because, I mean, they're into it, the applicant is into it for a couple of years worth of changes, and our staff has directed them along this path, that they follow a path of changing C1 to some kind of non-residential but residential use, and it doesn't make any sense that our town process would allow that kind of misinformation. The process is the problem. The applicants are just following their advice and direction of staff, planning commission, and council. This problem will only go away with proper zoning. If this development really is this development really consistent with any zone? It might look great, but it doesn't follow any one particular zone. And I think that's a big problem for our town that's created by combining zoning. And it combines the zonings and requirements in a custom way. And that doesn't make sense for our town to customize zoning when we have a general plan that is quite specific about how it lays out the zones. So please uphold this appeal. Thank you.
Questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Lockridge, so knowing that this is currently zoned as a C1 parcel, what zoning do you think is appropriate for this site?
Well, I brought up that at the last meeting, and I was told by staff that realistically it should be R18. That's what they said.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockridge. Both the appellant and the applicant have the opportunity to rebut anything that they've heard, that they think they need to add to, that they think that we need further information on. You may choose to use that opportunity to rebut or not. If you choose to rebut, you have up to 5 minutes, but you need not use it all. Ms. Quintana. Don't say anything until you come to the microphone.
I thought as the appellant I got the last word.
Fine.
Thank you.
I know you could take me. Mr. Coomer, do you have anything to rebut, add, change, alter? You need not, if you think that your information is sufficient. Mr. Wang.
So we will split the time. I just want to add something. So after the approval, after the planning commission approval, before the deadline of the appeal, that John Eager approached me, asking me to reduce, basically cut off one bedroom in the second floor. That is for unit number 5, which planning commission approved as to keep it as a 2 stories. So he asked me to cut out 1 bedroom, and he'll be okay with it. And as all you can see, we agreed on it, and he also sent an email, and we both sent an email to Joe to record this. From my understanding, if I take that step, he should be fine with the project. And he stepped up today, has other issues, which is totally new. So I would take this opportunity to take back that offer that I give to him, which cut 1 bedroom in the second floor, so that we will keep the plan that is approved by the planning commission.
Duly noted.
Just a small comment that the question has come up many times over this process about the conditional use permit and how this applies to the project. I remember the first time we brought this, there was a question to staff, is this legal? Are they doing anything that isn't in the ordinance? And this kept coming up, and the answer was consistent and has been consistent throughout the project that the conditional use permit table is actually in the zoning ordinance, and it's there to be used, and we're not asking for any special consideration. So just a reminder about that.
Thank you. Any other questions for the applicant? Okay, Ms. Quintana, you have up to 5 minutes.
Can I have the overhead on? first thing I'd want to address is the consistency of the project with zoning. It is neither consistent with the C1 zoning or with an RM zoning. The applicant stated on record that this was designed to meet the RM standards. The RM would require a setback of 25 feet in the front. And I believe that would be true of the C1 abutting residential as well. And it doesn't meet the side setbacks for the RM. But more important than that, this application turns the land use hierarchy of California on its head. The hierarchy is normally state law, local general plan, local zoning, and regulations. The applicant is arguing that because this is on the CUP table, it is therefore an allowed use. However, it is not a permitted use by right. It's only allowed if a CUP is granted, and the CUP has to meet certain required findings. One of the findings that it has to meet is that the proposed use will not impair the integrity and character of the zone. Well, impair means to diminish inability or value. Integrity is a state of being whole, entire and undiminished, and character is the aggregate of the features of the trait. The findings that the Planning Commission made on this were that it was consistent with the zoning and traits of the areas around the project, not the zone of the project itself. I don't see how it could be possible not to impair the integrity of the character of a commercial zone when you're replacing it with 100% residential and there's no opportunity to add commercial. So I believe that's a major flaw in the Commission's decision. Other than that, I just wanted to answer Mr. Rennie's comment about whether the buildings were actually taller. In my slide on intensity versus density, I indicated that it's not just a numbers game, that there are qualities to a project that can't be measured and that they tend to give the perception of greater density or intensity. And what I was saying is not that the buildings are necessarily taller than the ones in San Jose, but they are perceived as taller. And lastly, I don't understand how the findings that the Planning Commission made are valid, because the state publication on Planners Training Series, the conditional use permit, says findings are important. They bridge the analytical gap between the raw evidence and the ultimate decision. And that the agency did, if the agency did not base its decision on findings that are supported by fact in the administrative record, that they haven't made those findings. So again, I think that's a flaw in this, and I do ask you to please uphold the appeal and deny the application.
Questions for Ms. Quintana? Thank you very much. I'm going to close the public portion of the hearing, and before I open it for questions of staff and the council, I'm going to ask for disclosures, but Mr. Schultz, can you give us a really brief recap of the memo you sent to us earlier today regarding that?
Sure. Ex-party communications is a way to make certain that if you do have any communications that are outside of the chambers, outside of this meeting, that you disclose them so that the public knows exactly what happens outside this room. So you're supposed to disclose the name and what was disclosed. If that's new information or information that you were relying on that's not available to the public, there's no need to do any ex-party communications if you had contact with a member of the public or the appellant and they didn't provide you any new information that's not already in the record. It's only if you received new information that you were relying on that you're required to divulge an ex-party contact. And if you do, it's not just the name, then you have to say the information. So in the past, we've kind of been just saying, well, I met with the applicant or I met with the developer, and you don't even need to say that if, in fact, you met with them and nothing new was disclosed. You can if you want to still say that, but you have to make certain you state that whether you receive new information is the part we've been missing, and that we haven't been saying whether we received new information, it was X, Y, and Z, or we didn't receive any new information.
Thank you. Given that explanation, does any member of the council have something to disclose that is not on the record before us? Seeing no one. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Paulson? Thank you. Look to the council for discussion or a motion. Okay, I'm going to start with discussion, not necessarily a motion. Well, I'll just start with the motion and we'll see what happens. My motion would be to grant the appeal and to grant it and remand to Planning Commission, and that would be based upon the draft resolution that's contained in, I believe it's attachment 12. It has the typo. The basis being, if you look at the last page, that there was a policy over which the Commission did not have discretion to modify or address, but which is vested in the Council for modification or decision. And I would say that that is with respect to any changes in the CUP for the particular lot, any changes in the interpretation of condominium. Last time we discussed this at the town council, I'm just going to go back and look at what I said, because I said that when the lots are essentially too small to allow for single-family houses or too small to allow for a planned development, then what happens is that we get condominiums, which for all intents and purposes look like a single-family resident. I understand quite well what the legal definition of a condominium is. However, it's a construct that's being used to put, in this case and in other cases, a number of single-family residents on lots where they otherwise would not be allowed. So in this case, if we zoned it under residential, and I'm not even indicating that that is correct, there would only be 3 houses allowed. In this, we actually did ask that this go back to the ad hoc committee way back when on planned developments. Since that committee studied planned developments a long time ago, we also got the ability to study whether we should change our condominium rules. The planned development proposed ordinance and the planned development process got sidetracked into all kinds of things. We didn't get an opportunity to take up the rules regarding condominiums. So I would think it's important to grant the appeal, remand this to the Planning Commission, and in addition, have the policy committee, again, the policy committee rather than the Plan Development Committee, because it's an ordinance that would be considered, look at our rules regarding condominium development. My other basis for the motion is that I have been opposed in the past, and I'm opposed at this point to converting commercial or retail property into residential. We've done that on Los Gatos Boulevard. I think that's been a mistake. I would not want to repeat that mistake on Union, so I would be inclined to retain the zone that is for that property. So my motion is to grant the appeal, remand it, and adopt the draft resolution that's attachment 12. And I'll look to see if there's a second. And after that fabulous speech, it's going to fail for lack of a second. So, up, Commissioner. I'm doing planning, so you're Commissioner. Councilwoman Seah.
I actually will second the motion. May I amend the motion?
You may certainly request.
Okay. So I just want to clarify, remanding it with any changes to either the general plan designation or the zoning designation, or remand it strictly under what is currently there, neighborhood commercial?
Neighborhood commercial.
Neighborhood commercial, okay.
So if with that, you are not prepared to second the motion, then that motion will fail for lack of a second.
That's correct.
So that motion fails for lack of a second. Is there another motion? Councilman Leonardis.
I will throw in some discussion. wherein the confusion lies goes back to this issue of definition of a neighborhood, I think. We have an area where San Jose, basically we have a parcel where Los Gatos begins, San Jose begins right next to each other. And we have townhomes in San Jose on their own individual little lots. It's pretty obvious what a townhome is. We have a commercial building on the other side. We have a commercial lot, which apparently is 2 lots, I think, and I'm not sure how those were zoned. I forgot to ask the question. We have all kinds of duplexes in the area adjacent to the next commercial building over. We have residences in the back that are single family. Some are 2 stories, some are single story. Then we have that area across the street, Downing Court, that has duplexes, 6plexes, 3plexes on it, but they were all built a long time ago. I agree with the what you said about, what Mayor Jensen said about single-family homes. They don't really fit a PD because it's too small for a PD. It's a 32,000 square foot lot. So you have 8 homes that are 2,200 to 2,500 square foot going on 32,000 square foot lot. There's a definition of a condominium in the sense that there are common areas. They can be detached if it's a condominium. Where I think the confusion lies for me is the exterior maintenance. That's why I asked the question. I think of if you're maintaining the airspace within a condominium, what we think of as a traditional condominium, it's your 4 walls and the airspace within. When you start to maintain the exterior by yourself, I think that is a different definition, although Mr. Kumar mentioned that there was a law passed in 1985. I'm not sure if that's applicable or not. But I guess when I add up all these variables, I think you have, really the issue that comes to me is the definition of the neighborhood thing. What would fit there and what would look good, what would bring it all together? And I'm unsure about that. We've heard R18, perhaps 4 homes. I know that our direction, I think, last time from council was to bring it back with less units. I can't remember. I'm assuming that it was 8 units last time we heard it. It's been a year, and it came back as 8 units, so that did not occur. I do agree with the comments that with the photograph, Ms. Haberling mentioned that the photos look nice, but it is going to look more dense than that when you look at the story poles and you show up in person. They are closer together than the townhomes next door. So I have a lot of issues with it. There's also the issue of the setback on the commercial side, where the commercial building, if you're facing it to the right, you have a real, like a 0 lot line situation. I guess I confirm that with staff. But I'm not sure how that will play out if that commercial building on the other side is changed in the future. So I guess where I'm at with this thing is what would be the best fit for the property. And I'm interested in hearing what my other council members have to say about it. But it all goes back to, again, that thing that we studied very near this neighborhood several years ago when I was new to council, which is the definition of a neighborhood. And I'm trying to think, how do we define this neighborhood in this project, in this context?
Thank you. Other comments or a motion? Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A comment and then a question of staff. I think, well, I shouldn't say that. I think the problem I'm having, I know the challenge or problem I'm having is that it's too dense. There's too many units. They're too large for the piece of property. However, I know that this is a commercial piece of property, and these residents are being put on here with a CUP. So we are not looking at it with the setbacks and all those parameters of a residential zone. We sent it back to the Planning Commission with a suggestion or request that they use the tools available to them, which is a CUP and an architecture and site ordinance, to evaluate the units. And one can only assume that's what they did, and now it's back before us. So that's the comments. The question I have of staff is, assuming that the Planning Commission applied the conditional use permit ordinance and the architecture and site ordinance, are there bases for sending it back to them and telling them to reapply it in a different way? Because I think those are questions of fact. So, Mr. Attorney over there, I have a question.
You certainly always have the option to uphold the appeal and to send it back with specific direction. That's just one of your options. You could also, based on the fact that what you just said, they applied the CUP, they applied the AS, they applied the ability to look at the project and did that independent judgment, made a decision. If you disagree on that decision, that's the new information or error that you feel, and that error could be just based on the fact that it's still too dense. That's the beauty with a CUP and the discretionary that you have on granting or not granting in a CUP process. So I don't know if that answers the question, but you certainly have the ability to do either one. You could make specific changes to the project right here if it's dealing with density and not send it back to the Planning Commission if you so chose.
You answered the question. Thank you.
Other questions, comments, or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. There was also the discussion of zoning, and right now it's C1, and perhaps this is a question for Mrs. Prevetti. There was the general plan designation. Do they need like a general plan amendment to change the zoning? What is required if the direction was change the zoning from commercial if you want to put housing on it or something?
Thank you for the question. The most traditional way of handling this is that first the applicant would apply for a general plan amendment to either multifamily or single family, change the general plan, then apply for a rezone that is consistent with that general plan designation. And then if that was approved, then follow up with the architecture and site application or other planning permit as needed, map, et cetera. And I would just say that having listened to our Planning Commission on this issue, I think they did apply the CUP and the ANS, so just remanding it as is without specific direction, I'm not sure they would come up with any different answer. So we really do need to have either a denial. If this is not the right process, then let's just deny it, and then the applicant can determine whether or not they want to apply for a general plan and rezone and consider what is the best for the site.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So, Ms. Prevetti, is that a process that comes back before council? And do you have an estimated time frame on how long that might take?
Well, it's possible to process a general plan amendment and rezone concurrently. So that's certainly a possibility for the applicant to consider. I haven't yet had too much experience with general plan amendments here in this town, but I would imagine it would be about a year, 6 months to a year, with appropriate environmental clearance. You are the legislative body for the town, so both of those items would go to Planning Commission for recommendation, and you would be the final deciding body on both the general plan and zoning.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Question of staff. If this was the process that was assumed in this application, in addition to the time that you're looking at, isn't there a cost? Because you're making two significant governmental changes.
Yes, there are fees associated with both general plan and zoning. Mr. Paulson probably has a better handle on what that is. I think in this circumstance, the applicant went through the CUP process because at that time, that seemed to be the appropriate approach based on prior direction. I think, we're a different town than we were even 2 years ago or 1 year ago. And so processes do change, and it's perfectly fine and within your purview to give appropriate direction at this particular point in time. And if Mr. Paulson has the estimate of the general cost for those applications, please.
Let me just pull that up real quick.
I think order of magnitude, we're probably talking thousands of dollars is my guess.
Who knows? Maybe he'll have an answer to your question. Is it for him or for Ms. Bravetti? Go ahead.
So my question is probably a little bit not completely understanding the differences, but so the staff report says that the C1 zoning allows the developments that's there. So, but then we're talking about rezoning it because we don't really like C1 zoning allowing that, or is it because we're trying to change the density or something else about it? Why don't we just leave the zoning and ask them to change the density? It sounded like that was one of the options you gave us.
Yes, that is one of the options, assuming this remains a condominium project. So if you're concerned with the 8 units and you'd rather see 6 or 5, that kind of direction would certainly be appropriate. But if, as the deciding body, you're more concerned with the fundamental land use question, so for example, with the motion that the mayor had proposed, there was an issue of what should the land use be? Should it be commercial or residential? And when a council is discussing at that level, that's really signaling we have the basic land use question that we still need to answer. And when you're at that basic level, that is your general plan. So if the council is struggling with what should the land use be, that would really tell me that a general plan amendment is the best approach to have that discussion with the community and then have the public hearings necessary for that decision.
Mr. Paulson, do you have an answer?
I do. So it's a $7,000 deposit, and then it's billed on a time and materials basis through the General Plan Committee, Planning Commission, and Council.
Okay. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to grant the appeal on the basis
You're going to move to grant the appeal.
I'm going to grant the appeal. You mean I have to make a motion? I'm going to move to grant the appeal and send this back to the Planning Commission on the basis that they didn't apply the CUP, conditional use permit criteria, and the architecture and site criteria appropriately for this site, asking them to reduce the number of units, to reduce the mass of the units, to reduce the height of the units along the backside, and to take into consideration in making those changes the request or testimony of the neighboring lots.
I'll second it. Discussion on the motion. Councilman Rennie.
I guess it's a question for probably staff here. Part of the motion was to reduce the height of the units in the back, but I thought those were already down to 1 story. Am I incorrect on that?
Mr. Wang said that he wasn't going to do that anymore.
The Planning Commission's approval was for 3 of the 4 rear units to be reduced to 1 story.
Okay, so then your motion is to make the 4th one down to 1 story.
Vice Mayor.
When the Planning Commission made its decision, and when that decision is appealed to us, that decision no longer exists. And so if we grant the appeal, then we are dealing with a blank slate. So it's not as though we're asking them to reduce the height of 1 more. We're taking this brand new paradigm and sending it back to them.
As a seconder, that's my understanding. Other questions? Comments? I'm going to call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. You're a nay. It passes 4-1. Councilwoman Sayoc opposed. Which brings us to item 17. This is an item that's requesting the council to authorize the interim town manager to execute a lease agreement between the town of Los Gatos and the Friends of Los Gatos Public Library.
We have no staff report. Tony Blackstone, the incoming president of the Friends, is here, along with Heidi Murphy, the library director, to answer any questions.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Murphy or the representative of Friends of the Library? Councilman Leonardis, why don't you both come on up?
Thank you, Mayor Jensen.
Just so we can acknowledge you. Thank you for waiting through the meeting, and thank you for being here.
So I just wanted to find out if what is being proposed here is satisfactory.
Yes.
Thank you.
And on behalf of the council, I want to thank you and the Friends of the Library for everything you do for the library and for our town. We really appreciate it. Thank you for raising the funds. Thank you for hanging in there while your bookstore was closed. We do appreciate that. Thank you. Other questions or comments? Thank you very much. I don't have any cards from any member of the public that wants to talk to us about this particular item. So if I have no other question, I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting, look to the council. Questions, comments, or a motion? Councilman Rennie.
I just have one quick question. It looks inconsistent to me in here. I'm trying to understand the impact to the budget, because there's a bullet item that says that it's not intended to offset the general fund contributions to the library budget. And then down at the end, under fiscal impacts, it says it'll have a $50,000 negative impact on the general fund budget. That seems inconsistent to me.
In 2014-15, the amount of the contribution is waived. That had been budgeted at $50,000. That would be considered. That has been considered in the ending fund balance. In the proposed budget, it was established at $55,000. This approves the amount at $35,000 a year, so there would be a reduction in the proposed budget of $20,000.
Can I jump in on that also? I think that the intention behind that phrase was that it wouldn't offset the town's general fund contributions to the library. It would be in addition to the general fund contributions.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions, comments, or a motion? Councilwoman Sayoc.
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to authorize the interim town manager to execute a lease agreement between the town of Los Gatos and the Friends of the Los Gatos Public Library. Leave it at that.
Second.
Seconded by Councilman Leonardis. Comments on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Murphy, and thank you. Item 18. Item 18 concerns retaining wall repairs on Jackson Street. The staff is recommending that the council approve plans and specifications to repair the retaining wall. And Mr. Morley, Ms. Peterson, is there anything to add to your staff report?
I have nothing additional to add.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any cards from the public on this matter. So I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting and look to the council for any questions they might have of staff or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Mr. Morley answered this question during the CIP portion of the budget hearing earlier, where we approve an amount and we send it out to bid, and then we get the bids, and what happens if the bids come in lower, and all that extra money would go back into the, in this case, the retaining wall fund bucket, so to speak. But my concern with that is, what if you only get one bid and it's, for the full amount, when in fact, if we would have just sent it out to bid first, we might have gotten more bids and then got a better deal. So I guess the process, I'm being up here for going on my 5th year, I was used to the other process where we send it all out to bid first, get the bids back, and then the council decides moving forward. And this is, again, sending it out to bid with an amount, saying, hey, this is an amount. If you only get one bid back, I don't know. It's a little bothersome to me.
Mr. Morley or Mr. Ms. Peterson, any comment or response to that?
Our expectation on this project would be to have multiple bids, and we'll put that extra effort in there to outreach to contractors to ensure that we generate as much interest as possible. This particular project is urgent that we get the work done this summer because the roadway is failing. So it's not likely to make the winter. We'd highly recommend moving forward with this one with that extra diligence on staff's side to reach out to the contracting community.
Thank you. Other questions or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
With that said, I'll motion to approve staff recommendations 1, 2, and 3 in the staff report.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Rennie. Comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 19. Authorize the town manager to execute a revised cooperative agreement between the town of Los Gatos, the city of Saratoga, and the Santa Clara Valley Water District to increase the insurance requirements for the replacement of bridges on Quito Road. Staff has anything to add to its report?
Nothing additional.
Thank you. I don't have any cards from any member of the public regarding this. I close the public portion of the hearing. Look to council for questions, comments, or a motion. Councilman Leonardis.
Prepare to make a motion on this to go with the staff recommendation to authorize the town manager to execute the revised cooperative agreement between the town of Los Gatos and the city of Saratoga and the Santa Clara Valley Water District to increase the insurance requirements for the replacement of bridges on Quito Road.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilman Rennie. Comments or questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Item 20. It's a request to approve the project list for submission to the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and the Valley Transportation Authority for the Plan Bay Area and Valley Transportation Plan 2040 programs. Mr. Morley, you have a short presentation?
Yes, very short. Thank you. Just wanted to introduce the item. The Plan Bay Area and Valley Transportation Plan 2040 are taking projects now. Their deadline is the middle of July, so that's why we rushed this one to you to get your input. We pulled the projects generally from projects that are in the general plan, with the exception of one item that's been bouncing around a little bit in the town. We wanted to make sure you had the opportunity to hear that, and that's the busing model a la Danville that's been around the town. These projects can be added to or subtracted from at council's discretion. We'd put them forward for VTA consideration. VTA will consolidate some of these and put them forward to ultimately to MTC for funding. And there is a potential that this list will also be used for funding decisions out of the potential ballot measure in 2016. And that concludes the staff report.
Thank you. That was actually one of my questions, and either ask you or Ms. Privetti to comment on the interrelationship between the potential ballot measure and these project lists. So whichever one of you can do that.
So the VTA has not yet drawn that distinction. They're running parallel paths right now, but there is the potential, and there has certainly been discussion that if the VTP 2040 list will also be used for the sort of Vision Silicon Valley ballot initiative. So we didn't want to miss the opportunity of having at least the opportunity to fund the project. There is no obligation on the town's side at this point to even put forward a project for future funding. It's just simply reserving that right to do so in the future.
Okay, thank you. My second question, I had asked, I think, Ms. Privetti or staff to include a request for a transportation study, and just to let the council know, this past Friday, Ms. Privetti and I attended a meeting of, 7 cities of North County and West Valley discussing lots of these issues in conjunction with a proposed ballot measure, in conjunction with project lists for VTA and the lawsuit regarding Highway 85. And one of the tentative agreements among those mayors was that the cities could agree to ask in their list to VTA for VTA to conduct a study of future transportation needs. And I'm going to let Ms. Privetti describe that a little better because she can.
Thank you. The discussion really focused around the future of transit within all of Santa Clara County and how we could better connect our residents with the jobs within our region. And the thought was that BART is a solution that is going after funding now, but we need to be looking in the next wave and trying to determine what those future projects are. So rather than guess, the mayors decided that the common request from the 7 cities should be this regional transit study that's described in the addendum that you received yesterday.
Thank you, Ms. Privetti. And of course, members of the council, you are absolutely free to exercise your discretion to reject that. It's just been a request by the other mayors at that meeting. Other questions or comments on this item? Councilman Rennie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two comments, but two questions. But first, I'll make a comment that I wholeheartedly support the request from the 7 mayor cities. But my questions are: some of the projects on here are widening projects. For example, Union and Los Gatos Boulevard. But I don't think we have the domain for widening. So does that cost include buying the property to widen the roads?
The costs here are rough construction costs. We'd have to do some more elaboration on the costs and even some scoping in order to get these projects forward to VTA. So there's some staff work behind them. But I think the short answer is no. There is no property acquisition costs in these. We didn't pull them straight from the general plan and didn't, for the sake of having a complete list, didn't do any editing of whether they were really feasible at this particular point without a substantial investment.
So that's not really that important whether they're feasible, or are we saying we'd go find a way to make it happen?
I think what we'll do is we'll look at what would be an appropriate cost for the particular projects, including the acquisition, and we would put that forward. Again, it's sort of a placeholder at this point to allow for the opportunity to submit for funding in the future. And also, if the council was desirous to not have those projects on the list, that would certainly be appropriate as well.
Second question. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think I saw on the list the bridge from the sports park to the Creekside Trail, and I know that had been something that was studied quite a bit before you came on. Can we add that to the list, or did I miss it from the list?
So last year we shifted the allocated funding for that particular project from the sports park bridge to the connection from Highway 9 to the Los Gatos Creek Trail, and combined that with a grant effort that we were not successful in obtaining. So that project has sort of languished at this point. The sports park bridge was one that had some challenges with the residences on the other side of the creek. So that project, I guess, is not on the list, and the answer to your question is yes, it could be added.
It could be added because our list doesn't have a limit to how many things we can have on it, right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Thank you. With regard to the sports park bridge, I know that we eliminated it because of the problems we were having with the neighbors, but I thought that we were considering having the nexus go along the dam area. Did something happen with that also?
We explored several opportunities of moving that bridge location to a location along the dam, on top of the dam, even completing a loop around Vasona and contributing to funds to that. All of those things were considered and discussed with county parks and with the water district. The water district was not ready to allow for anything in relation to the dam because of future potential projects associated with that dam, and not wanting to run the risk of a conflict there if they need to rebuild it.
All right, and then the second question is, I'm assuming, but I need to ask, that any projects, the fact that we are selecting projects from this draft project list does not imply a support at this juncture of the ballot measure. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. You knew what I was going to say, didn't you? Thank you.
Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. So the projects on this list, suppose there are some that are in the vicinity of the North 40, And suppose the North 40 becomes approved and the developer is going to pay a certain amount of money to go towards improvements for circulation. Because they're on this list, that doesn't matter. We can still use the developer money to support those items in particular, or?
Yeah, that's correct. We left the items on the list, even though they were in relative proximity to the North 40, because we don't yet have a decision on where that project is going.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilwoman Sayak.
Thank you. So my understanding is that there's no limit of projects on this list, correct?
So the only limiting factor is that between now and the deadline, staff needs to prepare a scope and a reasonable cost estimate for these projects. So there's a body of work that's involved with that.
Could you remind me the deadline?
So the deadline is July 15th, as I recall, and there is a potential that the town manager did request an extension. Other jurisdictions have also requested extension. So there's a potential that it will be extended. VTA, in our meeting last week with the Technical Advisory Committee, let us know that they had indeed heard that request and were working to try and implement an extension.
Okay, so then the next question is, given the scope of work that needs to go to accompany this, are you looking for us to narrow it down or prioritize it somehow? Or is it best just to include every single project in hopes that at least one would get approved or get included?
I'd like to say you should each pick one, and that would narrow it down nicely for us. But no, you can submit we can submit whatever we need. And my expectation would be that you would pick a few off of this list that wouldn't go forward, and then add a couple as well.
Okay, and if I may, one more question. If given the time frame you have, did you have an opportunity, or will you have an opportunity to utilize the Transportation and Parking Commission to help prioritize some of these, or are you on a tight deadline?
Trying to think of when their next meeting is. It's going to be the second week in July, so it'll be a tight time frame if we don't count on an extension. But I think at this point the likelihood of an extension is pretty good. So yes, we would run the list through the Transportation and Parking Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Morley, I just want to make sure that I understand that this list is designed to be as inclusive as possible in the hopes that we could qualify for a grant and or get funding from VTA. We're certainly not guaranteeing. This is a list to ask for money from VTA, right?
It's a wish list, yes.
Okay. So including is good in that we would, hopefully maybe they'd be inspired to give us some money, but we don't have to put everything we could possibly think of or not. I'm just trying to understand the parameters of this list. And some of the things in the column on the right-hand side, I'd point out to other council members, do have a no by them. So that's ones you're recommending that we do not go forward with.
That's correct. Thank you for catching that. And yes, if there was a couple projects that have already been mentioned that I did not include on the list, that if it was the council's preference to include them, we would be able to add them. And then anything that the council thinks should come off in addition to those that are recommended as no, if that's the direction we would pull from the list.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector, and I do have one card from the public. So Vice Mayor Spector.
That was my question. I
one card.
We'll listen to the testimony first.
And Councilman Rennie, if I can ask you to hold your question until we do that. John Shepherdson.
My sense is from the people in the community is that the public sentiment is that we want to keep our town, and that there's a large number of people that are concerned about traffic. And if that read is correct, then it seems to me that and I really didn't read up on this issue, I just sort of heard it just now, but it seems to me then if that is the concern, then a priority would be to push for a traffic congestion management program like Danville. And we don't have to remake the wheel, we can find out how they run it. It apparently reduces traffic by 25 to 30%. And we all have seen the long traffic lines at the pickup and drop-off times. So and so it seems to me that that we might want to consider telling the VTA what we want in real clear terms. So prioritization makes sense to me. And then the other thing that I thought about was there was a mentioning of a regional traffic study, and I believe about 6 months ago or so we made an application, put up like $20,000 to try and get a $200,000 grant for a master plan for the town of Los Gatos in terms of pedestrian bike use. So I was just wondering if somehow we can sort of coordinate these things, and maybe it's not possible, but if there's a regional transit study and then we qualify for a master plan for the town, if that could be integrated in some way, it seems to me to make sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepherdson. Councilman Rennie, did you have a question?
Yes, thanks, Madam Mayor. First of all, I do see the traffic busing model that was mentioned on your list, but my question is, I would like to add the Sports Park Bridge with the other council members willing, but the question for you is, how laborious will be for you to prepare that?
I think the work associated with that one is pretty much done. We'll dust off the previous work and be able to escalate the cost and put that forward.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments, or a motion? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. You walk a delicate balance between asking for too many things and having all of them just get ignored, or just putting like specific things on there and having them go, that's all they want, forget it. So I don't know how much to include or how much to exclude. I see the 3 no's on page 1. I would exclude those 3 things from my wish list. And then towards the bottom where it says Van Meter School driveway to Spencer Avenue, construct landscape median, Shannon Road to Nino Avenue, construct landscape medians. I see that causing nothing but bigger traffic backups on Los Gatos Boulevard. Going down to the Vasona light rail station. I don't know if that needs to be included. I mean, it probably will come or not come no matter what. For my wish list, clean up some trash, cut some weeds, trim some landscaping. I don't know what I have to do to get that done in this town. One of the reasons I ran for council. And then on Mitchell Avenue, and this is a small project, but I think it's a very important project, there's 2 homes at the end of the street, on the left of the street, where the sidewalk just ends. Like Shell Silverstein, it just ends, and there should be sidewalk there because it's a very critical intersection for the kiddies. So I'd like to see a sidewalk and one of those disabled, whatever we call it now, Americans with disability ramps put there. So that would be my wish list.
Vice Mayor Spector.
Madam Mayor, question of process. Are we just like saying, I want this or I don't want that? Or are we going to do this by way of motions?
I would prefer that there would be a motion, and I was going to make one, but if you're ready, please
I
go
am
ahead.
not. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion. We'll see what happens. My motion would be to approve the Plan Bay Area and VTP 2040 draft project list with the following changes. That we eliminate those items with respect to Highway 85 that are already indicated no in the right-hand column of page 1. That we eliminate the 2 items at the bottom of that page that Councilman Leonardis mentioned on constructing landscape medians. That we eliminate the Los Gatos Boulevard Gateway feature at Samaritan Drive. On page 2, that we eliminate the Wood Road Gateway feature on Santa Cruz Avenue. That we include pedestrian bridge as indicated by Councilman Rennie from the trail to the sports complex. And that we include the long-term traffic study as summarized by Ms. Pravetti. That's my motion. Is there any second? Councilman Leonardis.
I will be glad to second that motion.
Comments or questions on the motion? Councilwoman Sayoc, you had your hand up. Was that for a second?
I was just ready to second it.
Okay. Vice Mayor Spector?
Yes, I'm going to support the motion, although I do not agree with revisiting the trail to the sports park because of the acrimony and dissension that it caused the first time round.
I agree there was acrimony and dissension, but if we don't include it on the list, we don't have a possibility of getting any kind of bridge, so I think that's why I include it. Other comments or questions? Okay, the question's on the table in the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It passes unanimously. We now need a motion from council to continue our meeting past midnight so we can take up the verbal communications that I left till the end of the meeting, and people are still here ready to talk. So, Councilman Leonardis.
Move to continue.
Is there a second? Seconded by Councilwoman Sayoc. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay. Verbal communications. This is your opportunity to discuss with us matters that were not somehow discussed on tonight's agenda. Craig Elliott. Hard to believe. Craig Elliott. Okay, Mr. I'm sorry. Actually, whoever you're getting is relinquishing your time, come on up to the podium, tell me who you are, and tell me who you're representing so I can go through these cards and figure that out.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Town Council. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm speaking about the proposed relocation of the Teresita Way Pump Station.
And I'm sorry, sir, what's your name?
Bruce McCombs.
Thank you.
I live on Kennedy Road at the intersection of Teresita, one driveway away. I've been there for 40 years. I just want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. And Madam Mayor, I just wanted to ask you one question, if I may, so I can just clarify and probably save you some time. I'm new to this, so I just needed to ask a clarification. Did I understand you to say that when San Jose Water, if and when San Jose Water comes forward with an application, that this would not be an administrative issue, but would rather come before the Town Council and we would have an opportunity to speak as a neighborhood?
That is correct. Let me have Mr. Schultz just give a summary of where we are and what the process will be from here.
So we don't have an application or a project in right now. Based on their proposed project, that would require a public hearing, CEQA review, and the Planning Commission would be the deciding body. Architectural and site review would be necessary because there's a structure and new building involved. I hate to say that it could not be approved administratively because there could be changes. For example, if it was completely submersed and there was no building whatsoever above ground, then there could be a category or exemption in that case, and then only an encroachment permit would be issued. But based on council's direction, regardless of whatever changes they make, there would still be a hearing in front of for an informational hearing that's going to come back in front of this council so that people can come to that and have a hearing. So they'll have a public hearing, but not in the sense, there could be a possibility if the proposal was completely changed that it is possible to build a structure underground that wouldn't require anything but an encroachment permit, and those are not issued by council.
And the neighborhood would be noticed, though?
Yes, absolutely.
So, Mr. McCombs, if they decided to build an underground pumping station, there's a possibility of administrative approval. However, it's the understanding that if they proceed as proposed, that the residents in the area got the notice of, where you see the structure up, that would absolutely be required to come first do an environmental impact report, secondly, come to the Planning Commission, and if there were any controversy at the Planning Commission, potentially come to the Town Council. So there would be an opportunity for public input. But the other thing that I would add is that the town staff is actively working with San Jose Water Company to strongly encourage San Jose Water Company to rethink its plans. So there are efforts going on in that regard.
And I just want to tell you that this has been an incredible experience for me to watch each of you work together. It's I've lived in this town all my life, and this is the reason that I'm here, and I'm just grateful to each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for hanging in there. And Mr. McCombs, were you also representing Mr. Thompson? Okay. And you were Mr. Okay, Ms. Thompson. Okay. So just wanted to make sure I got everyone on the pumping station. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it. Maria Ristow.
I'll try to go quickly. Good evening, Mayor Jensen, Town Council. I'm speaking to you as a resident and representative of the Broadway Historic District. I just want to cement an idea in your mind. Earlier, we brought many of our neighbors along. Every one of us has a story to tell about loving our historic concrete street, except for the condition ours is presently in. I'm sure you already know that, and each one of us speaking would accomplish little and take up a lot of time. So we designated only 2 speakers, representing the entire neighborhood. Here's some history compiled from town records. Broadway was the first designated street in Los Gatos in 1881, making Broadway 134 years old. Broadway was first paved with Portland cement concrete in 1922, over 90 years ago. In 1987, the residents of Broadway successfully petitioned the town for repaving, and in 1988, this was placed in the 88-89 capital improvement budget. In 1989, we all know what happened. After the Loma Prieta earthquake, the future of downtown and many historic structures were in doubt, and they needed to be rebuilt. Broadway residents understood and remained patient. Through subsequent economic downturns, we remained patient. We also remain committed to concrete, and we are backed by town ordinances 1643 and 2166 recommending historic concrete streets remain concrete. We've held neighborhood meetings, and one of the actions we undertook was our own survey of the neighborhood after the town's original survey received only 15 responses from Broadway. By the neighborhood, we mean the residents and owners not only on Broadway, but also our friends on the Broadway Extension and Clifton Avenue. These people also use Broadway as much as we do to drive to and from their homes, walk downtown, and they'll also be impacted by the construction inconveniences like dirt and noise at the very least. This neighborhood includes over 40 residential properties. The survey result is that absolutely no one prefers asphalt. With the exception of a couple of people who did not have opinions, everyone is united strongly in favor of concrete, to the extent that most of us feel we would not settle for anything less. We have remained patient for a very long time. We've always wanted our street rebuilt to reflect its heritage and beauty as a historic concrete street. We continue to want that. Our street overwhelmingly supports concrete, from the residents who lived here over 20 years to those who moved here just 1 year ago. We are asking the town council to hold themselves to the same building and preservation standards as you have demanded from the historical district residents, and to uphold the same laws and regulations to help preserve the attraction and character of our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ristow. And this gives me the opportunity. Oh, Vice Mayor Spector has a question for you.
Actually, I don't. I have a question of staff that relates to what she said.
Okay. You may have a seat.
Staff gave us, and I don't know where, but somewhere in the paperwork of the last couple of meetings, a document that says Almond Grove votes. And I found that very helpful because I was under the impression that it was a 60-40 vote, but when you look at the individual streets, it shows it can show a different picture. So I'm just asking that when this comes back before us, that this document be given to us. Thank you.
I agree. It was very helpful. Thank you.
That document is on the project website.
Thanks. And I was going to say, Ms. Ristow, I wasn't going to call you out for using cement, but you give me the opportunity to call out Councilwoman Sayoc for saying fluid when she was talking about the water ordinance. I know that wasn't an accident. Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Based on what Vice Mayor Spector said, when it comes back, is there, can we see a copy of the document that they actually voted on, the actual questionnaire?
Absolutely.
Because I'm not sure if any of us has ever seen that either. So I'd be interested in that. Thank you.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Good evening. Good evening, if it's still evening. My name is Lynn Brandhorst, and I live at 93 Broadway. Mayor Jensen, honorable council members, we've lost some of our historic concrete streets, and I don't relish losing more. That's bad for our downtown and the neighborhoods, eroding our reputation as a wonderful place to live and visit. But I'm not here to influence you on the Almond Grove district. I'm here to ask you to do the right thing from the Broadway neighborhood. As Maria has mentioned, we were asked to represent our neighbors after it was clear that a good plan by the town, then improved and moving nicely along, turned into a train wreck, partly through various conflicting views. After listening, one of the council members said that Broadway folks would probably show up for the next meeting. We took that as good advice, so here we were. We questioned aspects of the original plan. Why replace all sidewalks and curbs? Why narrow the street? Why can't I keep trees that I was required to put in? What about my beautiful stone path to the street? We discussed these issues and more at our own meetings, then agreed to do what was best for the good of us all to get something done. Meanwhile, the town was working on our behalf. Plans were drawn up, revised, finalized, and with specifications have been complete and ready to go out for bids. I'd like to thank all of the town employees involved, including those that spent time on our street, surveying, measuring, planning, answering our questions. I especially want to thank the town engineer, Lisa Peterson, who has been very enlightening, patient, very responsive to our concerns, and always pleasant. We petitioned the town for replacement when the pavement was only 65 years old, and now our over 90-year-old pavement desperately needs it. I'm not sure if I'm using a metaphor correctly or not, but this can has not only been kicked down our road, this can has been kicked all the way around our block several times. Now, apparently, this can has been kicked once again into the new year. Broadway is standalone, no interconnected streets with varying requests and preferences. We are not affected by activity like the Cat's Hill race. We're unified. Our request is simple. As the historic concrete street in the worst condition of all, we are trying to serve together as an example of how we can all work together. Get our concrete street out to bid as soon as you can. That should already have happened, but do it now, even if construction won't start till spring. We urge you to do what's right for Broadway, the Broadway neighborhood, the Broadway Historic District, and the town of Los Gatos. Thank you for listening to us, for recognizing and supporting our valuable inheritance from the past as we constantly embrace our future. I would love to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilman Leonardis.
Thank you, Mayor Jensen. Obviously, there has been no determination, concrete versus asphalt, made yet by this council. I think the only issue that a lot of neighbors got upset about was how come their street gets to get done and my street is not going to get done. And then that brought out a lot of other issues about the cost of the project and how much should we do and how much should we not do. In an attempt to kind of keep all those issues at bay, I think it's a matter of funding and filling a bucket so we could treat everybody with a reasonable expectation moving forward as far as it's not going to be us versus them. So,
if you want my comment on that, in my opinion, I don't think if you took a show of hands, you would find people that wanted asphalt for any other reason than that was what brought it up. They're afraid the money won't go far. I think that's a false presumption that having asphalt is going to add enough incremental money. And I also think it's penny wise and dollar short when we get back to, and I don't want to do that again here tonight, but look at what the cost of that street is over a 40 or 50-year life. And everything I believe says concrete is 2.5 to 5 times less expensive over that time. But I think and I hope you will find that funding, because I think most of what you're going to have to deal with, and if you're coming back to this in the fall, let's face it, you're going to have to go through this all over again because you're going to have new people come out of the woodwork. We're all going to make sure that we want to have your ear and give you our opinions all over again. So I think that's kind of a glutton for punishment kind of thing. But, as I say, I think it'll take one of the problems off of your table if that money is there, because I don't think you're going to find a lot of people standing up and asking for asphalt.
Thank you for your comments, and we are obviously gluttons at 12:15.
I was going to say, you're looking at 5 gluttons for punishment.
And no one told me to bring a blanket and a pillow.
But I will,
next time you should.
I will, comment further. The information which was not available to us, and I hope will be more available moving forward on this, will be more inclusive of everyone's point of view in the neighborhood, and hopefully the information being presented will satisfy a lot of those questions and it will help us arrive at a decision quicker in addition to the funding source. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brandhorst. Good morning. Jeff Lockridge.
I had to follow the glutton for punishment. Great. I'm speaking, Jeff Lockridge, 109 Paseo Laura. I'm speaking tonight on the height limitation imposed by Town Council's recent motion on the North 40.
Mr. Lockridge, you realize we have a meeting on this tomorrow, do you not?
I do, but I can't talk about this tomorrow.
Public comment is being allowed tomorrow. Did you not read the agenda?
Nothing on that had a motion made is being allowed.
Well, so I'll just say that
I need my 3 minutes tomorrow.
You can go ahead now, but what I'm going to say tomorrow and what I'll say tonight is that we very strongly encourage people not to address things that have already been addressed in motions. However, as the lawyers on this council are fully aware, we are not able to restrict people's right to free speech. So if somebody stands up and talks about something that we have encouraged them not to, so be it. But if you want to talk tonight about height limitations, you can go ahead. Then you can see how receptive we are tomorrow.
I don't want to comment, but I do want to have my 3 minutes. So the North 40, to be considered successful, needs to do 2 things. It needs to satisfy some long overdue unmet needs in Los Gatos, and it needs to do so using excellence in design. Unmet needs such as senior affordable housing, millennial housing, age-in-place or empty nester residential condominiums, and retail and commercial. In order to meet these unmet needs, any developer will need flexibility from the town to accomplish these at the quality level in architecture and design excellence that Los Gatos expects. A 55-foot maximum limit is necessary for specific residential buildings that would feature stacked condominiums over structured parking and would be necessary for any elevator-served units. This more vertical building will have a smaller overall building footprint, which would result in more common open space. These buildings are strategically placed and would provide for more view corridors through the property in comparison to buildings that have a more bulky horizontal mass. They would also be located at the low point of the property itself, some 10 to 15 feet below the Los Gatos Boulevard elevation. An exception to the general plan height could be applied in a similar fashion as the 25-foot building bordering Lark Avenue was handled. Limit the exception to a very finite location on the development. The 35-foot maximum height imposed at a recent town council meeting will force developers to build roofs to maximize that single height plane, resulting in a development that looks more like a project or a Costco and less like a neighborhood. A dynamic and memorable neighborhood has variations and articulation. Variations in height and interesting architecture are at the very heart of almost any quaint Los Gatos neighborhood. It was considered acceptable to grant an exception to the general plan maximum height of 35 feet for the Albright project. It was even acceptable at one point to grant a height of 85 feet, a full 50 feet above the town 35-foot maximum. Ultimately, it was considered acceptable to grant an exception of 45 feet for 2 very large footprint buildings and 2 others at 65. I'm asking council to reconsider their previous motion regarding the building height on the North 40. Excellence in design and architecture is what Los Gatos has come to expect. Please allow the flexibility necessary for this to happen on the North 40 development. Please don't sacrifice excellence for expedience.
Thank you. We have your letter. Mr. Shepherdson.
First point, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Lockridge. I'm for the 35-foot cap. I like follow O'Donnell. Secondly, I'm just going to jump around here in terms of, we don't need to do that. Second thing, I encourage more bike lanes, bike racks, and bike cages for the public, for town staff. Santa Cruz has these cool bike cages, and I would encourage that activity. Third point, I like the idea, humbly suggested, of one-way on North Santa Cruz, so that when people drive North Santa Cruz, they'll see the mountains. One-way streets typically result in higher traffic flow, as drivers don't have to deal with oncoming traffic nor turns through oncoming traffic. That's from Wikipedia. Fourth point, Israeli water management. They seem to do real well in managing their water. So, and I found this on the internet, the Israeli water industry is widely acknowledged as a world leader, especially in its market-leading entrepreneurial technologies. I would suggest we find out what they're doing and perhaps adopt some of it. Fourth point, a friend of mine said in the Los Altos Daily Post, June 12th, page 10 to 12, they listed the salaries of the employees in Mountain View. I think that would be a great thing. Apparently in Mountain View, the highest salary is for the police sergeant, making $286,000. 12 police officers are making over $200,000. And there's 258 employees making over $100,000 to $200,000. I think that would be good for Los Gatos. The used bookstore, I think it's great. I just got The Bully Pulpit by Doris Kern Goodwin today. Great price, is like $4. Volunteer was Patrick Doherty. Next point, management partners, the idea of having a third-party independent review. The Alliance for Innovation's recent Transforming Local Government Contract conference, Virginia Beach was awarded a 2005 Innovation Award. It says here, too often people weigh cost savings and efficiency of shared services against the risk of job loss and political difficulties and conclude it's just not worth it. So they're saying it's too often done. And then they also, from management partners, talk about the advantage of economies of scale. We heard that with the police department, and adding on Monte Sereno, it seems to me it also would apply to opting with the sheriff. A solution, our former mayor said previously, was in the newspaper, nothing should be set in stone, and it's always good to review expenses and budgets. Again, third-party independent review. Thank you.
Thank you, and good night.